Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Is this thing on? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. I'm your host, Dagan the Dagster Moriarty, and we've got a pair of absolute all-stars joining us today. Let's say hello, shall we? First up, all the way from the suburbs of Richmond, Virginia, possibly the most confusing city in the lower 48. Is it the South? Is it not the South? I don't know. It's a conversation for another time. Mama Micah Moriarty, everybody. Hey, Micah, what's going on?
Hello. It's good to see you guys. You know, I made a discovery on a show this week, but the thing is that the audience hasn't seen it yet. This is a holiday episode we recorded in advance. I discovered on our Punching Up holiday episode that lighting a candle during podcasting was delightful. And I was like, oh, I got to do this more. I sit down now and I realize didn't light the candle. I haven't formed the habit yet, but this will be a new thing for me. I'm going to keep doing this because I love candles. And here's like an excuse to burn one for 2 hours at a time.
Micah, you know, it's so funny. I did it one time, loved it. I think it was probably during a knockback, a random knockback. There was no occasion. I just had the idea. I don't know what inspired me. Loved it. Never did it again. So do you want to take a moment to get off mic and go light your candle? I'm totally okay with that.
No. We'll roll with it today. But I got to form the habit. You know, I just got to remember next time, like put the headphones on, plug in the computer, light the candle. It's got to be one of those steps.
Now, does the candle have to be in view of the camera for you, or is it just for you?
Oh, no, it's over on my desk. So I
it's
can
in front
see
of
it,
you.
for safety reasons. It's about 6 feet away. But No, for the audience, they don't need that kind of ambiance for this show. It'd be strange.
We already give them so much. I mean, scented candles, right? Atmosphere and good aromas. Come on, guys, you got to pay more for that. We'll talk about that later when we talk about Patreon tiers. Micah, it's always good to see you. Thanks for being with us today. And look, everybody in this corner, the secret square, the undisputed most interesting man in the world. He doesn't always podcast, but when he does, he makes sure it's a constellation, or a Sacred Symbols Plus, or a summoning sign, or a punching up. The infamous Gene Park, everybody. Hey, buddy, what's going on today?
Pretty good, Dagan. Good to see you. I'm very happy for this relatively low-key group of people here for Constellation, because this is the morning after the Game Awards.
Right.
And I'm very, very exhausted because I spent 4 hours streaming and writing at the same time. I thought it'd be fun to, and I've done this before where I would write live. I did that actually with our friend Jaffe last year's show, where I would write live on his stream. And I thought, yeah, I should just do it on my stream instead. So I did do that, and that was a lot of fun. I had to entertain, a couple hundred people while watching a very exhausting show. And I said this on Twitter, but I'm probably the only games journalist who has covered both a presidential debate and the Game Awards, and I can tell you, from that unique perspective, that they're both almost as exhausting as each other. The presidential debate is still the most exhausting. And I was there live in Vegas, but that is still the most exhausting day of work I've ever had in my life. It was just so tiring. But the machine gun blast of news and announcements that's always happening at the Game Awards is just so hard to keep up with, and it's very, very tiring for the brain.
Oh, that's got to be a lot, dude. We're going to keep it low key for you today. But the sentiment is, now I'm largely out of touch. I was just talking about this with Micah before we started today. Like I've been just out of the video game space for like the better part of 6 months. But the sentiment I'm seeing on X and in other places is that this was a damn exciting one. which is kind of cool. That's really nice. Now I'm trying to catch up. Watch the Intergalactic trailer, like just trying to start at the top and work my way in. I don't even know much yet, so I have a lot to look forward to. But yeah, man, you must be beat coming into this thing. Let me ask you a question though, Gene. Low key, I agree. That's definitely the vibe here with these three, right? Who would be one that you would consider not low key that you would have to do a show with?
Colin, because he always brings despite the fact that he's always stoned, he always brings a very aggressive energy to every show, right?
There's an intensity.
Yeah.
Intensity is right. Yeah, for sure. And we talk about that a lot. Into Jaffe, I guess, would add that kind of thing, right? He's very high energy.
Jaffe would be very exhausting too, yeah, because he'd want to like keep playing off you, like comedy wise, like he's always trying to do a bit with you.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And that's cool. Like even before we started recording the show, I was like, oh, that was a good bit. Let's do this. But like as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I'm already exhausted. I don't want to do any bits right now.
I would say Chris would be the other one, right? Chris would be the other one who's just coming in with it's a whole different, unique sort of style and energy, intensity, but comedy. And just, I don't know. I mean, he's doing an amazing job. I watched a couple of his constellations recently, including his most recent one yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
it's Chris. Very good, yeah. And the fans love it too. So
he's
cool. He's a host of Snark Tank. So yeah. he has that natural ability too.
One of my favorite podcasters. LSM or no? Like he's one of my favorite dudes.
Yeah. I think I've only ever hosted one episode of LSM, and it was just me and Jaffe. So that was exhausting. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. But of all the people to only, and it was just me and him. That's it. That was the Black Myth Wukong episode.
No.
Which wasn't even a really good episode, like game analysis wise. Actually, no, it was kind of cool because Jaffe was breaking down the God of War comparison to Black Myth Wukong. So, but a lot of it was just chit chat between me and him. So go check that out.
I definitely have to see that. Yeah, podcasts like that, you leave it all out on the court. Like there's something about it, you look back and you're like, did I just dig a ditch? Like what happened over the last 4 hours? I'm literally exhausted from talking, but it does sometimes feel like that. Not with a group like this typically, but like you're saying, that one sort of, I call it a chaotic vibe. You know what I mean? It's not pre-planned. There's nothing preordained. There's nothing sort of soft-spoken about it. It's just going to be fun, but it's going to be exhausting. So this kind of worked out. So we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it on the DL for you, Gene, today.
Thank you. And I'll probably be DL too. I always get complaints about how I always interrupt people in episodes, and and Hogue and I have addressed that in the Dragon Age Veilguard episode spoiler cast. So go check that out because Hogue and I are the ones that gets the biggest flack for that. But this is probably the episode where I'll be interrupting the least.
I mean, the thing is,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Micah.
Oh no, it's just like it's enthusiasm, though. Like
that's true.
The thing is, Gene, you're not interrupting me mid-sentence and saying, "Oh, wait a minute, I just got a pizza delivered," and start talking about something completely different. It's like we're all enthusiastic, and it's just one of those like I think it's cool. That like when I'm talking to you and Hogue and it's like, and we're really bouncing off each other, and it's like, that's not a bad thing at all, especially because, I mean, you could just never win. As we're going to discuss kind of with my topic, it's there are times where you can just never win. It's like people will say you're too low energy. People will say you're too high energy. And the reality is that most people don't care and they don't comment. Like the average people who like this content, they're not the ones commenting.
Thank you, Micah. Very good reminder. Because I do notice that our comment sections, and it's not even just about me. I've noticed the comment section be rather unhinged to the rest of the crew too. So yeah, but you're right. Most of the people who enjoy us are just enjoying us. And that's the truth of the matter, honestly.
I mean,
So
like, I
thank
don't
you out there,
comment
everyone.
on the podcast that I like, for example. I don't ever leave them comments. You know, I'll give them a like on
Same
YouTube
thing.
because they asked me to, but it's like I never
Same.
leave a comment.
Right.
I never comment on like, Game Grumps videos, for example. That's a little less toxic over there. But it's like, even then, when it's like overwhelmingly positive comments, it's like I still don't leave one myself. I just give them a like, give them my view, and I'm out of there.
Ooh, speaking of Game Grumps, Micah, I just interviewed Ben Schwartz, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
I used to love, I don't know if you had seen, he used to do these like comedy skits on YouTube, like way back in the day before he was on like Parks and Rec as John Ralphio. And like my favorite one was called Yeeskit Ball. And it's like these like Eastern European dudes playing basketball. It was like a basketball instructional video. And it's hysterical. And I used to watch that in high school. And then I found out years later it was Ben Schwartz the whole time. And I was like, that's fucking crazy that it was him the whole time. And it's like him and his friends doing these really great comedy bits, like some improv. It's interesting to go back and watch it.
He seems cool, Gene. How was he to talk to? He seems like a genuinely awesome guy.
So I usually write my interviews as like writerly stories, just because it's nice to have that freedom to be able to paraphrase or just explain context between questions and answers, right? And I like writing, so that's why I always prefer that. But my conversation with Ben Schwartz, the voice of Sonic the Hedgehog, was so interesting that I think it's going to be one of my rare just sort of flat Q&As, just like. Because he was asking me questions and I was asking him questions, and we were just having a very, very nice conversation. And the headline, which probably be out by the time this episode comes out, so I don't mind talking about it. The headline is Talking About Death with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because
curveball.
we barely talked about the movie. We talked about what we think about what happens after life after death, and what
awesome.
I love it.
And what I learned from my experience as a cancer survivor, and having a near-death experience, and how, because he's curious that he's never had that before, a moment in his life where he felt like his life was going to be over, right? Mm-hmm. So he's very curious about the other side of that, where if you survive something, how does that change your brain chemistry? How does that change your outlook on life? So he was very, very curious about how it changed me. And I was curious about what he thinks about what happens afterwards,
That's pretty damn awesome. Dude, it's so crazy that you bring him up, because he was just on a podcast. I want to say he was on Neil Brennan's show.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Within the last month, maybe.
It's got to be.
And he was saying that, spending so much of my career in New York, he was one of the dudes that recognizable faces that I would see on the street the most. It was him and like a weird, like motley assemblage of people, but he was one of the guys I would see. And I would never, it's like any New Yorker, like you're not going to say hello, probably. You're going to notice them and just go about your business. But he was saying how approachable he is to fans on the street and how he actually enjoys the interactions and the conversations. So like, it's so funny that Micah was just bringing up commenting. I actually did comment like, Ben, next time I see you on the street, I'm going to say, what's up? And awesome. It's so funny now. 2 or 3 weeks later, then I find out one of my boys just had this conversation with him. And again, reaffirming he seems like an authentically cool,
very, very
guy.
Cool guy. Very cool guy.
Awesome.
I talked about his because as part of research, so I watched my first episode of Game Grumps in a long time, and it was he just showed up on Ben Schwartz just showed up on Game Grumps just a couple of days ago to play Back to the Future NES. And he was incredibly, incredibly good at that game, which is
way. That's a hard game.
It's so hard, but he was able to. There's the second level where you have to throw the malt drinks at people trying to go to the counter
in the diner.
And you have to do that 99 times, which is ridiculous. And he was just like making jokes and like just like swatting away bullies from the malt shop counter the whole time.
That's impossible. That's nearly impossible.
Yeah, so I told him, like, I can't believe, like, he's 43 years old. We're the same age, and I was like, I can't believe you're at your fresh age of 43, and you're still able to play the game like that. That's crazy.
I was curious about his age. Thank you.
Part of my research was watching the Game Grumps episode, and then watching his iconic Larry King interview. And that was where he talked about death a lot too.
Oh, wow.
Because Larry, Ben asked Larry about his life after death, or like near-death experience. And Larry talked about having a stroke in his 50s in 1987. If you can believe it.
Wow.
You
Holy shit.
And then Larry King was thinking like, this can't be happening to me. I'm invincible, And the doctor said, you might die in the next 24 hours. And then what Larry King learned is that he didn't want to die, And apparently, just a few days after the Ben Schwartz interview, Larry King died.
Oh, wow.
No way.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And Ben was talking about how he left the interview and just said, all right, bye, Larry. And then just like left. And then he was about to leave the building and he was like, and then he felt something. He was like, that was not a proper goodbye. I love Larry King. And when he saw him, he was like, I have a bad feeling, So let me go back and properly say goodbye. And then so Ben talked about how he got on one knee and just confessed like how much like Larry has meant to him and everything.
No way.
And just like gave him a big old goodbye and then left. And then, Larry King was gone a couple days later.
Holy shit. But what an awesome dude. Like, first of all, I didn't know he was that big to be on Larry King. I mean, I know him. I think he's hilarious. Parks and Rec, and you think of other things he's done.
Mm-hmm.
Genius. But Larry King? Really? He's getting that big? That's pretty cool. That's pretty impressive.
You should go watch it. It's a very, very funny interview. It's too bad that he died because they would have made a great show together. Just this really hot and cold dynamic, or like a really good buddy dynamic of like Larry King, who's a straight man, right? And to Ben Schwartz is like funny man,
Yeah, I kind of love that. You don't see that a lot with such a big, like broad age disparity. Yeah. Right? You don't see that a lot. 40, 50
but they had a
apart.
strange, good chemistry in their interview, and everyone's like, God damn, that they actually could have just had a show together the whole time,
And you know what? I was just telling Micah, I was just enjoying your latest with Bradley, our pal Bradley, your latest Punching Up. And you talked about on there constantly bringing up Game Grumps on every single episode you guys do. So congratulations. You got it in early.
Yeah.
Those guys are awesome. I know Micah's a huge fan. Who knows, Micah? Keep holding that torch. I think the dream could happen. I think a collab could happen.
No, next week or next year, Micah. Let's go.
No,
show.
Exactly. Yeah, because the concert will be here. They like Game Grumps Live came to Richmond. That might have been last year, but it was at a horrible time, and I was just and it was also, I think the format of that show was a lot of audience interaction, and I'm just like I'm a hermit, all right? I just want to sit in the audience quietly, and I don't want to interact with anybody around me or anything. Mm-hmm. I don't want to play the games. I want to watch you do the thing. So I was like, I'm not going to do it. And then I was kicking myself thinking, are they going to come back to Richmond? I don't know. So yeah, this concert next year, that might be the ticket. And then somehow I manufacture a way to meet them.
It'll
be me. I'll come down for a show.
No, yeah, we should.
I'll message Jen. So,
or Micah, you go north to DC because they have to play DC, right?
Yeah, they're playing DC too. So either one. So
they do it every year.
Well, I mean, they do their like Game Grumps live tours. I don't know if they do one every year because like right now, like they're planning like their Starbomb and Ninja Sex Party like album tours. So I don't know if they're going to do a Game Grumps live next year. And maybe they kind of like alternate a little bit between the music and the live shows. I've personally never been to one. So like they'll announce we're going on tour and I'm not paying the most attention to it because I'm not intending to go. But they do seem to go on tour a lot. Like it seems like every few episodes they're like, and we're going back on tour. Tickets on sale now. And it's like, you just got home.
That takes courage.
They're busy. I mean, the funniest thing is that they have to pre-record all their content.
Yeah.
So they'll record 2 months worth of episodes. And like for us, it's crazy because we know what it takes to record just 2 weeks of content in advance.
Goodness.
And these dudes are recording like 2 months of content and then going on tour, sometimes going on like around the world, like they did like Europe and like Japan and all these places. And then they come back and jump right back into the mix.
That's
like,
heavy.
Nuts.
Yeah, that takes a lot. Gene, what do you got?
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but you're an old man. You might appreciate this. Starbomb, their rap group had a box set or like a collection right here.
No way.
And then I had the honor of writing the liner notes.
No
in there.
way.
So that's my name right there by
Dude.
Gene
There
Park.
it is.
Yep.
Holy shit! How long ago was that?
This was a couple years ago, but yeah, that they really wanted they wanted to hire me. They wanted to make it like an old school like 1970s like rock album, and having a writer like a rock journalist, like write your forward for your collection.
That's amazing.
And
Yeah, you're like the Lester
so I had the
Bang
great
of video
honor.
games.
I think it's so beautiful, and it's one of my proudest moments as a journalist, and as a writer. So.
Gene, you are full of surprises, my friend. You're so full of surprises that I don't know why I'm ever surprised. Like it's to that degree. And yeah, I mean, come on. Undisputed. The undisputed king. The most interesting man in the world. I said it in the preamble, did I not? Come on, that's pretty huge.
I like hearing that. But I do want to say that I think most people lead very interesting lives, to be quite honest. Because most of my stories I talk about are just people I know in my life. It's not really things I'm doing, It's just other people I know I remember their stories very well.
Yeah.
And sometimes I tell my interactions with them. But that's, if you really look back at a lot of my stories, that's just me interacting with other interesting people, really,
See, I think you're an interesting person, so you attract interesting people. As soon as you said that sentence, I fact checked you in my head on it. And I thought of like 3 really dull people that I know. Like the least interesting people. So I think it's just like you bring a Gene energy into your world.
That is a fair point. That I do tend to draw iconoclasts and interesting people around me, But that's what I want to do. I'm a journalist. I like hearing interesting stories from people,
I think it's a journalist thing. I really do. I think it's a journalist thing. Every journalist, I haven't known a lot, but I've known 3 or 4, and they're all very eclectic, very interesting, very genuinely interested people.
We're curious,
colorful people. Yeah.
To a fault. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I get that energy from you. Did you say mercurial?
Curious.
Oh, curious, not mercurial. Yeah, definitely not mercurial. No.
But
yeah, curious. Curiosity is the thing. Yeah, that's the key element. That's the ingredient, I think. And it's authentic. It's not.
Although some journalists could be a little bit more curious, honestly, like a lot of people in the mainstream media. That's a whole issue too.
Yeah, I bet in your world, yeah, for sure. But all right, guys. Well, listen. Enough of this accursed preamble. We could jump right into it. Let me think here now. Let me look at my notes and just kind of gather myself. All right, yeah, without further ado, let's get this thing popping. Let's see. Now I know everybody's, you know what, to hell with it. I'm just going to start today. I never do this, but I think it just makes sense. Micah, I like going out on your topic. So, Gene, you're going to be monkey in the middle. Should I say that? Is that an offensive term? Is that one of those terms that you just shouldn't say anymore? What is the?
It sounds like it, but maybe not.
We can't overthink it, though, right? Like, here's the thing: would it be weird to say if you were at like a Juneteenth celebration and you were like emceeing a bunch of speeches, and you're like, and now we got the monkey in the middle over here, and it's like you can't say that. All right, you can't do that if you're there. But I mean, in general context, we all know what it means, and it's not
okay.
It's one of those things. It's like I feel like we're getting to the point where we're just overthinking things now. Like
I hear that.
I saw a Reddit post where someone was like, I didn't know that it was racist to say that someone had ashy skin, and it's like racist to just point out that they have dry skin?
I don't think that's racist, yeah.
No, exactly. But there were people telling them, yeah, that's racist. You can't do that. And it's like, whoa, dude, it's not like you're walking up to someone and being like, what's up, ashy? Like, ashy motherfucker. But like, it's like, if you just say like, oh, dude, your elbows are ashy, which I said to Colin literally last night, it's like, it's not racist. Especially, it's like, it's not racist at all.
Yeah,
you're
it's
just pointing out your dry, scaly skin.
Right. No, I get you on that. I probably wouldn't say it because I'm kind of timid. I think I've just been trained. But it's kind of semantics, right? Like if you got to come up with an appropriate synonym. So it's just dry, right? Scaly.
I just looked up the Reddit thread that says, "Am I racist for saying that I'm ashy?" and then because his wife is saying that's racist.
Oh,
And
this was
then,
even a different one. This was someone who called their coworker ashy and like got in trouble for it.
Yeah, well, the comments are funny. Your wife's tripping, dog. Maybe your wife's racist for thinking that's racist. But I joke, but ashy skin is ashy skin, no matter what the color.
That's the thing, because Colin was
That's
like,
true. I get ashy skin, man. Come on,
well,
you know.
Colin was like, what? And I was like, no, I can tell. Like your elbows are dry, and
Oh
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
tell the
I bet
difference.
Colin gets super ashy right there, especially on the elbows. You know. Oh my god.
And he moisturizes those elbows every day. All right, he's good about it. But it was just one of those things of like, no, like your skin tone doesn't show it as clearly as mine does, but I can tell. I could see it.
Now that you mention it, he's got some pretty wretched elbows. I know. I think I have noticed that in passing. It just kind of like it never really dawned on me before. He's got like dry elbow issues.
I have no idea why I look at Colin and be like, oh, he definitely has dry ass elbows. But it feels correct. It feels correct. So when you say that, I was like, oh, of course he does. Yeah. I don't know why.
Kyle,
and then for Dagan, his brother, who has lived with him his whole life, is like, oh yeah, he's always been ashy in his elbows.
2 words, Neutrogena, my friend. And Gene, all right, so Gene's going to be primate in the middle, and I'm going to go first. Is that better? Maybe that's better.
I don't know.
That might not be, might be worse. Might be actually worse. But listen, I'm going to launch into this thing because it's timely. I realized at some point, maybe in the last day or two, that today is Friday the 13th. So I said, what can I do in celebration of Friday the 13th? I think this is the best way to sum it up. It's kind of taking the easy way out. It's a little cheap, but I'm just going to read the audience what I wrote to you guys a couple days ago. My topic is, what doesn't scare you, right? Put an unconventional spin on a horror theme or fear theme topic. And I said, in honor of Friday the 13th, let's talk about scares, but in an unconventional way. Is there something that everybody finds horrifying that you don't think is scary at all? Is there a specific phobia like the dark or a horror film, a creepypasta or other story, a classic horror character, etc., that you just don't find frightening in the least? So I think about this one a lot, guys, because I'm one of those guys that's literally afraid of everything, like both the common and the uncommon. Realized that about myself a long time ago. Like spiders, of course, check. The dark, check. Ghosts, check. Any kind of horror movie gets in my head, can't sleep for the next two or 3 days. In fact, at some point along the line, I realized that somebody can just suggest a fear to me, and I'll just kind of probably agree to it. Like, yeah, I am afraid of that. I just never thought of it. You know, like Steven Spielberg once said famously, I know I've brought this up before, but he was talking about, now I don't put myself in a class with Spielberg. I think I'm a little smarter than him, but he once brought up that he's afraid of furniture with feet. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, that's scary. Like, this is like whatever you suggest, I'm scared of. But there's one thing, and there's always been one thing that never bothered me that I know kind of bugs a lot of people. And that is that I'm not afraid at all of heights. I would scale a skyscraper and just stand on the very edge of it. It doesn't bother me. I understand that if I fall off the skyscraper, I'm going to die. But I just trust myself to not fall off the skyscraper. And I guess for me, I find it kind of thrilling, right? Like, in fact, I often think, like, if you jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge or the Empire State Building and could walk away unscathed, that would be the most fun you could possibly have, right? Now, and I'm not suggesting jump off anything high. I would never do that. But that is going to be the most thrilling 10 seconds of your very short remaining life, right? There's something like, there's a roller coaster type thing to heights that it's just the opposite of fear for me. Like, I find it exhilarating. And I feel like because I'm afraid of everything, my lack of fear of heights is like my superpower. I don't care. right? Like I genuinely don't care. Authentically, that's the one thing I could say is I'm not afraid of, and I have zero courage when it comes to anything else. In fact, my fear of the dark is so bad that I thought, as a kid, you're like, the dark, and you could chalk it up to like a vivid imagination, right? Like what's lurking there, ideas constantly planted in my head about the things I'm reading or watching. And I love horror, right? Which is another kind of weird thing about me. But my fears haven't abated. Like my fear of the dark is the same as it was when I was a kid, maybe worse. My claustrophobia is terrible, right? So I'm just afraid of everything. So the one thing I cling to my lack of fear for heights is like my superpower. And I was wondering, kicking it over to you guys, if you guys have a similar thing, is there something, and again, it could be something in pop culture, like everybody finds Freddy Krueger terrifying, but I think he's a joke, that type of thing. Mike, I'm going to kick it over to you first. Ladies first, do you have a similar thing to my heights where you could just kind of cling to that and something to be proud of, something that you're decidedly not afraid of, especially something that everybody else seems to fear?
Yeah, because it's funny you mentioned being afraid of the dark. I still hate the dark. I really struggle. Like I'm someone who I can't sleep in a room if it's too dark.
Same thing.
Like I am that person because I still just hate it. I still get the creepy crawly feeling if I need to go upstairs real quick. And then for some reason I'm like, oh, I don't need to put a light on. And it's like, why am I in here in the dark? Because I totally will psych myself out about situations I will never be in. When you mentioned claustrophobia, for example, recently, this is not a new story, but it was back on my mind because of a meme. Okay. People are familiar with the Nutty Putty cave disaster. It was guy trapped in a cave. Very unfortunate. I saw a meme about it recently and it made me research it only because this meme it was George Costanza in the Nutty Putty cave, and that's besides the point. But the point was that it was showing how the guy was stuck, and I'd never seen that depicted before, and it unlocked this new horror of, wait a minute, this is not what I thought happened, and it was 10 times worse. And I am seriously, I'm laying awake in bed that night because I can't sleep because all I keep seeing in my head is me stuck in the cave. And then I was like, you're never going caving. You will never, ever be in this situation. You're it's like here I am lying in bed, paralyzed with fear because reading, rescuers' accounts, I don't know why I chose to do this, but reading their accounts of the situation was truly terrifying. And then as soon as I told myself, Micah, you're never going to go in a cave like that, I felt better. But like you said, Dagan, I realize I'm just afraid of things regardless of if they will ever affect me or not.
Right.
But yeah, the one that doesn't scare me is horror books because I don't do well with scary movies. I don't do well with scary games. I enjoy playing a horror game every now and then, but the number one that comes to mind is Last of Us Part 2. There's a really scary boss fight, and I was playing it by myself, and my hands were sweating. I was yelling. I was so deeply uncomfortable. I didn't know if I'd be able to finish the game. And because I was that scared. The same thing happened when I played Made of Scare on Xbox, and my hands are sweating. I'm shaking. It was to the point that game I literally couldn't finish because I was so scared. My hands were so shaky. I was messing up all the inputs. And you're getting chased by this guy and I just couldn't function. You're getting chased by this dude and you have to set off a sequence of correct, you have to hit switches or something. It's been a couple of years, but you have to do a sequence of things while being chased. And I physically could not do it. And I had to give up on that game. But the difference for me has always been books. I don't find horror novels to be scary. I really love reading Stephen King, for example. And I remember when I first started reading them and my dad was like, oh, some of those are pretty scary. And there's tension and there's suspense, but they do not bring up the same feeling of fear that a movie does or that a video game does.
Wow.
And there's just, I had been putting off, I started reading It around Halloween time. And I had been putting that book off like this whole time. Ever since I started reading Stephen King a couple years ago, that was the one that I was the most afraid to read. And I really enjoy it so far, but I wouldn't classify it as scary. There's tension, there's moments of suspense, but it's not scary. It's not giving me nightmares, but it's just that's something. I don't know why, but something about when I'm reading horror, I don't have that powerless feeling that I do when I watch like movies or even like playing the games. There's just something different about it. And I do have a very like vivid imagination, but maybe it's because when you're reading the books, you can kind of dial it back a bit. Like it's up to you to create these images in your mind.
That's a good point. Yeah. You could stop and start at will.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I've thought of, because everything else, I am a scaredy cat. Like, I don't really like horror movies. I have not seen hardly any because I don't typically enjoy them. But when it comes to books, I've been able to really get into horror that way and enjoy them, not have to deal with the nightmares. Because even when it doesn't feel super scary, like something like watching Poltergeist with Colin when you did that for Knockback.
Oh, yeah.
And in the moment, like there were some jump scares and stuff. And then it's like, okay, that wasn't too scary, but then the nightmares. And it was like, all right, apparently that was much more scary than I thought. You. But yeah, I'm with you, Dagan, about being a scaredy cat in my general life. But when it comes to Stephen King, I can really enjoy his work and not have it fuck up my whole day, like reading about the Nutty Putty Cave disaster.
I give that cave thing, Micah, terrifying. And you know what? I give you a lot of credit for that, like being able to talk yourself out of it. Because what happens in a scenario like that, especially with that sort of thing, me too, like I'm of a like mind, like especially with claustrophobia, especially extreme situations like that. You're mentally putting yourself in that person's place and saying, what would I do in that situation?
Exactly.
But you reasoned out of it. See, I can't even do that sometimes.
Well, it took a couple hours, all of it. I really was like, I could not sleep that night. I was just laying awake because every time I shut my eyes, I was back, in the cave. And it really was at one point, I'm just like, bitch, you're not going caving? Like, you know any black people going caving? No.
You put your foot down.
This isn't an activity for sisters. We're not doing this. It was just like, whoa.
That's true. You never see that.
No. You show me like Wanda Sykes going to spelunking. Okay. You can't even picture it. You can't even picture it.
I love that. Her and Vivica Fox, like just a duo. Those two. It has to be those two. It has to be the Curb chicks.
Yeah. I was just like, this isn't happening.
Micah, did you ever see that skit by Artisy World about what happens if black people are the main characters in horror movies?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it starts off with like, the two guys like scrolling through Instagram and they're like, oh man, look at her. Like that. And then they get like a mysterious unknown call. Like, who the hell is this? Never mind. And then they're like, oh yeah, she's fired. Look at her butt though, And then like they're driving to a party and they're like, yeah, this party's going to be crazy, And then they see a guy that's like, turn back, go back. And then the guy's like, oh, this guy's telling us to go back. And he's like, yeah, we should probably go back. It's not that big of a deal. And they just turn right back around.
It's a whole different vibe.
It's and then like one of my favorite viral clips is of a security guard like going up to like this dark house and then he hears like a loud like bark or something and he just runs away. It's like, and he's black. So it's like,
not my job.
Yeah, it's like I don't need to deal with this. This is too much.
Smart. Smart.
And it's very smart. It's very smart.
That's hilarious. Gene, before I kick it over to you, a couple of things for Micah that I have to. First of all, your horror books as your superpower is pretty cool and pretty irregular, I would think, because for me, like you bring up horror video games. I love bringing that up. For some reason, and you would think that would be the most intense for somebody who's a scaredy cat because you're participating in it. You're interacting in it, right? But Silent Hill, Resident Evil, The Last of Us, Alan Wake, like for all those experiences that I've had, loved every one of them almost to a game, but they don't really tend to scare me like movies do. And especially books, I would argue, because it leaves the most to your imagination. If your imagination tends to run wild, but I think books could be the scariest. So that's a really cool superpower. But I have to ask you this, Micah. Have you ever read the book House of Leaves by Mark Danielewski? That book is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Now, it was built up for me by the people who recommended the book to me years ago. I remember sitting in the back of, it was my sister and brother-in-law's first house. And it was a summertime. It was a birthday party. We were visiting down south in Virginia, and they were telling, they're both big book stands, right? They're both, one was an English teacher, one's a literature teacher still. And this book had just come out, and they were saying how crazy it was, how unconventional it was, how there's blank pages and pages with, crammed with writing, and then other pages with 2 words. And like this whole book just brings you into this mysterious house. And it's like this experience. And they creep me out about it almost in a ghost story sense, because it was late at night. We're sitting around the patio drinking. It was dark, right? Just crickets. And it built this whole atmosphere around the book. And then when I read it, I was like, holy shit. And it's also very obvious how a book like that really can't be made into a TV series or a movie. It would be almost, I would think, impossible. I think it's been attempted multiple times. And I just think it's not possible, because there's something in it that just speaks to the power of horror on the written page that I don't think could be translated to other formats and other medium. But I would love for you to read that book and see if that scared you. If it didn't, that's a true superpower as far as I'm concerned, because that book it's not scary in a conventional sense. It's very strange, and I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll say no more about that. But there's something inherently bone-chilling about it.
Yeah, it's on my list because I see it often recommended on like the books subreddit. And so, because I like to alternate what I read, I'll switch between fantasy and horror and like just general. I had a goal this year of reading more classic literature. And so I've picked up some classics. I still want to continue that into next year, but I kind of like to rotate through the different genres. But that is one that's definitely on my list. And I agree that part of it is like, because it's not about a jump scare per se, but the way you can format writing to be just like, it's a surprise. Like your eyes, fall, one word at a time across the page. And then you get to a really great example. There's this excellent book called Pachinko. I think it's Min Jin Lee is the author. And it's just not horror. It's not horror, but
Min Jin Lee's a friend of mine.
Oh, really?
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I loved Pachinko. I read that book in days. It was one of the best books I've ever read. I adore it. But this is not a horror book, but the point being, the way they wrote was so masterful in that you will get to the end of a sentence. They would write a sentence in the most benign language, and then you'd read it again and be like, holy shit, a major thing happened. And it was just the way they subverted your expectations. They didn't use big words. They didn't use flowery speech to describe a major fucked up event. So your brain almost glides right over it. It says the sentence, they may have just said he went to the ice cream store. And in reality, what happened was something horrible. And your brain goes, holy shit. Like, it's an incredibly well done book. It chronicles several generations of a Korean family. And it's just amazing. It's a really great book.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
I just ordered it right now. Thank you, Micah.
Oh my God, Gene. It's amazing. It
really
one of my favorite books. I always feel bad
because I know her and I love her very much, but I don't have no idea how good of a writer she is. I understand that she's like an award-winning author and everything like that, but I'm just like, I just haven't read anything by her. So.
That's so funny.
Oh, dude, like I read it because I borrowed it from the library. And I immediately bought it. As soon as I finished the book, I purchased a copy because I was
That's awesome that you go to the library too. That's so cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah, I like to rent the ebooks for my Kindle because and then I'll buy the physical book if I liked it at the end, I'll go ahead and buy the book. But it is excellent for getting ebooks and just testing the waters that way. I love using the library for that. I don't go to the library as much anymore because I got too many dirty books. Okay. And it was literally the day I mentioned this to Colin, the next day my dad texted me, I was like, opened a library book today and a bunch of crumbs fell out. Right. And I was like, this is the stuff that I'm just like, too much of a
dirty
germaphobe.
in that way.
Yeah.
Okay,
oh yeah. Like literally physically filthy books.
Oh,
and
what?
this isn't a post-COVID thing. I've always been skeeved out by library books.
Gross.
And it just happened too many times where, yeah, you open up a book and crumbs fall out or a fingernail clipping. And
What?
I'm just like, this is gross. So I primarily use the library to rent ebooks and read them on Kindle. And then if I love the book, I'll go buy it. But
that's a good strat. That's a good strat. Librarians out there, isn't that part of your job? I don't know. Maybe it isn't, but open the book, check it out, make sure it's clean. Right?
You know, at a bare minimum, please just open it up and give it a shake.
Shake it out.
Because it is just like, it's gross when you open up a book and somebody else's crumbs fall on your lap.
Dude, that's
fucking nasty.
That's absurd. That is just absolutely disgusting. It's freaking me out right now. Micah, before we go out, I have one more. I want to pick your brain about this because you said something early on that really piqued my interest. Talking about the house at night, going upstairs in the dark, getting freaked out, right? That's been my vibe since I was early enough to remember, right? Every house, my house growing up, my grandma's house, all my best friends' houses, my best friend house as an adult, the houses that I've owned, including the house I live in. But I have to tell you, there's one house that I know, strangely, that I found. I have no idea what the rhyme or reason is here. But the house Helene grew up in, which is currently still the house her parents live in, I don't have that in that house. Like, I'll go up in that house in the pitch black. It doesn't bother me. It's that one house. So do you have a house like that, or have you experienced that? And if so, what is that?
Oh, no. I am always afraid
house.
Because it started when I was a kid. Our front door had like a big window on it. And my memories are getting fuzzy. I don't remember if my mom always had like a little mini curtain on it. I think she must have, because it looked onto our hallway.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the reason this fear started was maybe she was washing it, or like she took it down for some reason. And my sister that night, we're walking up to go upstairs to go to bed. She's like, oh my God, the curtain's not on the window. And she like bolts up the stairs. And she would always do that whenever the window was visible, basically. She would run past it as fast as possible. Now, that's my older sister. This person is setting, the cadence for me, the younger one, of what I should expect to be, afraid of in the world, in this life. And I was like, holy shit, we're afraid of the window. Okay. And so whenever we'd go upstairs, if the curtain was like partway open, or if it was down because my mom was washing it, we would like bolt past that door and like go up the stairs as fast as possible. And that has just maintained. We don't even have a window on our front door in this house. But regardless, when it's time to go upstairs, if I don't pop on a light, I immediately feel just so unsafe. There's nothing in my house. I don't even believe in ghosts. But the dark, no, there's never been a house I felt, oh no, this is fine. Who cares? And part of that too is like my parents' house. They live in an older home.
Yeah.
And, occasionally you'd get mice, right? And you would hear them in the walls. And as a younger, person, you'd be like, what is that? You hear the scritchies in the wall at night because mice are nocturnal. And so nighttime was just an unpleasant time.
Oh,
and so, yeah, I never outgrew that. And there's never been a place where I feel confident in the dark. Like, it just doesn't exist. I go to bed now, the lights are off, shut your eyes, all right? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the dark. I do like our little, like the smoke detector has like a little green light that flashes periodically. That's like my little night light these days.
I need one of those. Because Colin's like Helene, right? They need the pitch black to sleep.
Dude, we have blackout blinds.
That's Helene
and
too.
He sleeps with an eye mask on.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I would be horrified.
Blanche Devereaux over there.
Dude,
yeah, same.
crazy,
Same.
no.
But we have to placate them. Right. So I'm in there with my iPhone light, and she's freaking out. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's not a good, it's in that we're peas in a pod, but now when it comes to that. Like,
right. It's the same with the temperature at night, because the reality is I'm very cold at night, because he'll turn, like in summer, he'll turn down the AC, to a certain level, because like he just can't sleep if it's hot.
Yeah.
And
same.
it's like, I can sleep if it's cold. He can't sleep if it's hot. So that's the compromise, but I'm still miserable the whole time. And it's the same with the level of light in the room. He cannot sleep if there is a speck of light in the room. I hate it.
It's the same.
But I don't have that problem. I can sleep in the dark. It's fine. But like that's the compromise goes his way because he needs to sleep.
Yeah.
So, but I hate it.
I live that too. I live it, Micah. I'm with you on that 100%. All my empathy. And you know what, though? The bright side is, I think for our fear of the dark and going up the stairs and feeling unsafe in any house, like that is, to me, the most imaginative people. Because the stories we're telling ourselves in our head, if we didn't have that, like the other day I was listening to something, I don't even know what it was, but it was talking about people that literally couldn't imagine things. Like they didn't dream. They just had a lack, this, scientifically unexplained lack of imagination. I can't even imagine that. But in some ways it must be so restful because there's no anxiety, right? I mean, you can't conjure up anything.
Oh, dude. I mean, like, just one last quick story.
Sure.
The Witcher 3 was one of the first games I ever played that had some horror elements. Because, of course, you're fighting monsters and like demons and spirits. And it really freaked me out. There's one specific mission where you fight this like spirit. And I think it was called a Heim. And in the game, it cast a shadow on the wall, right? That night, I am going upstairs to go to bed. I was using my like phone flashlight so I wouldn't have to turn on, all the lights. And my phone caught like the edge of a plastic bag on a chair. But the shadow it projected, I swear to God, it was the Heim from the game. I never ran so fast up those fucking stairs in my life. And I was just like, and then I just like kept seeing it in my head. I was like, it's not only is it not real, not only is it like, these are like, I don't know, folk ghosts from another culture. Like we're in America. We don't even have these here. If ghosts are real, I doubt we have Polish ghosts, right? And then I was just like, it's just not real. But I was fucked up the whole rest of the night because as soon as like that shadow was cast on the wall, I was out.
Oh, Micah, you're preaching to the choir right now. Aren't you so glad those like moments are the worst of us aren't captured on film? Like I would look like such a freak. Even though I'm admitting it right now, seeing it is a whole nother dimension. Like seeing me run up the stairs at night, I'm a 51-year-old man. Like it's not normal. Like it's just
I mean, dude, like my fear of heights is severe enough. Colin was talking to me while he was going down the stairs the other day, and I was trying to like kind of follow him, but I needed to stay upstairs. I was not going downstairs. But my fear of heights is bad enough that I can't stand at the railing and talk to him. So I kind of went around to the front of the stairs and I'm standing like 6 feet back from the edge of the stairs. And still I felt like that like jelly knees feeling.
Helene's got that. Same thing.
So I was just like, even just standing near a staircase, I'm far enough away that I couldn't possibly fall down it. And I still was just like, all right, let's finish up this conversation because I don't want to stand over here anymore.
So you're not going to the top of any skyscrapers anytime soon. No. Scenic lookouts and all that.
No, never. There's nothing like for our wedding, the venue offered a helicopter ride to the hotel as like an option. And Colin was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool. And I was like, never. It just really is like, this is an impossible ask for me. You could not physically get me into a helicopter unless you got some Xanax or something. I mean, you load me up with that, maybe I can do it. But
that'd be tough.
Yeah, sober me's not getting into a helicopter.
Gino, it's time for you, my friend. Now, you don't seem like a very fearful person to me in general, but talking about superpowers, things you're decidedly unafraid of, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I am not afraid of anything that doesn't kill you. I'm afraid of heights. I'm afraid of flying in planes,
Same.
I'm afraid of bungee jumping. I'm afraid of motorcycle riding. I'm afraid of skydiving. I've never skydived before. I've covered a few too many skydiving accidents and have seen the results of those too much for me to think, oh yeah, jumping out of a plane, totally good idea. No problem. Not when I've seen actual pieces of humans let's fly apart.
Oh,
well, not fly apart. I didn't see it live, but I've seen the end results of it.
Oof.
I'm afraid of places that have a lot of guns. which is DC.
Welcome to DC.
So I'm often afraid of going outside. I just go to the Safeway 2 blocks down or whatever, and I walk to work. I'm not afraid of a lot of other things, though. I'm not afraid of snakes. I think, I've expressed before that I don't really like Indiana Jones as a character. And I always thought that his fear of snakes was so pussy, A part of that is because, again, I'm from Guam, and on Guam, snakes are just a regular pest problem. So I'm about as afraid of snakes as I am of cockroaches, basically.
Okay.
There's something to address and something to get rid of, as opposed to, oh my God, what do I do? You just pick them up, just pick it up by the mouth,
By the mouth.
Yeah. Well, that's the only way. That's the only way you can. That's the only way you can stop them. What else? I'm not afraid of spiders. Not afraid of. I'm definitely not afraid of ghosts. Absolutely not.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I wish I did.
Okay.
And that's why, like, if I saw a ghost, I would be more excited than scared. because I would have so many questions, and I would have so many, but the tantalizing tease that there is an afterlife,
Yes.
somehow. For me, that is more hopeful than frightening or scary, even if you're stuck in some kind of trap, fucking horrifying nightmare or whatever, like, that's cool. I'd rather deal with that than oblivion, to be quite honest,
Oh, no. I'm the complete opposite. Like, I take comfort in not believing in the afterlife because I just personally think when I die, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's a little sad, but it's nice to be like, and there's nothing else after this. Like, I take comfort in that.
Feels like a rest.
For me, we were just talking about Larry King, right? And part of the reason why Larry King didn't want to die is because he's so curious about what's going to happen next. He needs to know who's going to win the election. How is Trump's presidency going to go this time? Like, that's where I'm at right now. I remember getting cancer in 2022, and I was like, no, but I got to find out if Trump wins again. So that's why, like, when Trump won again, I wasn't like upset or anything like that. Like, it wasn't like some kind of like, oh my God, like, what does this mean for the country? Like, I didn't think any of those thoughts. I was like, wow, I actually got to see it.
Yeah. You want to know what would happen.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's what happened. No shit, No shit, Trump won again. That's what I thought. I'm sorry, Michael.
Oh, it says your curiosity was satisfied.
Exactly.
Right.
So I felt very happy. I felt very, like, relieved. I felt like I reached a checkpoint in the game. Damn, I made it to the election. Hell yeah. So yeah, ghosts don't frighten me, especially since on Guam, like, we have a very a superstitious community. We believed in vampires. We believed in our own versions of leprechauns. And there was even a story about a white lady who would just, like, show up on the bridge, at night or whatever. First time I got stoned, I went to the abandoned mental institution.
Oh, yes.
And just a completely bombed out building, and just hung out there and smoked weed. And it was horrifying because a bunch of white dogs came out of nowhere.
No way.
And started chasing me. Started chasing us, and then we got into the truck, and it just, like, drove away, and then the dog started chasing us, and I was just like, is it like this all the time? Really bad introduction to weed. Sorry, Diego, what was that?
I would have shit my pants.
I was very scared. It's one of the most horrifying and memorable things in my life. I remember like it was yesterday. I remember how the grass smelled. But yeah, we always grew up around ghost stories. So for me, I always thought they were fascinating. I would love to meet the Guamanian vampire. I'm upset that I lived all those years and I never got to see one. Can
you tell us about the Guamanian leprechaun? That's really what I want to know about right now.
Yeah. Oh God, what were they called again?
So Guam meets Ireland. I gotta know.
Pardon me, everyone.
I just gotta know about that.
Local Chamorron legends. There's a Tatamona, who is okay. Well, I'm reading it from the tourist agency that my dad used to work at. Actually,
Oh, no way.
So Tatamona, literally the people of before, refers to ancestral spirits that inhabited the earth along with the living. Ancient Chamorros believed that the world around them was full of spirits who provided both daily protection and assistance in their tasks, but also created dangers and problems. So these guys would strangle you if you littered or piss in the jungle or whatever. And I've always heard reports from my friends who'd be like, "Yeah, I totally pissed in the jungle." And later that night, I had a really hard time breathing. You know?
No way.
Yeah.
Why would you tempt fate?
I
just wouldn't. I'm so superstitious.
I totally forgot what the little leprechaun guys are called. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right. Well, Gene, looks, I have to say, shout out to an abandoned hospital or mental institution. Why are those? There's one in Trenton, not far from here, that I just found out about. That it's really old timey, and it just looks like it would be the most intriguing. You know, that whole vibe. It's like the old wheelchairs, the old operating rooms, like this, the way things look, the paint colors. There's something so creepy about, you know, the age old buildings that are now like. There's a reason why people get stoned in those places. It's a whole energy, right? But I was really never one to do drugs or get stoned, but I just want to go and explore those places. I don't want to be attacked by mysterious white dogs at all. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, man, and why is there always an abandoned mental hospital everywhere? Like within stone's throw of a stoner. There is some mental institution for them to visit.
Very good, Dagan. I like that. You're a writer too. What else am I not afraid of? I'm not afraid of the dark. Love the show. Are You Afraid of the Dark? I was always like, no, let's go. You know?
Yes, classic.
Classic.
Yeah. But I've never been afraid of the dark. I've always kind of thought it was cool, and again, I'm curious to in what's in it. What else are people? Horror movies and horror stories don't scare me. I don't like gore, too much gore. Like if it's like, I obviously love violence. You know, I Mortal Kombat is like one of my favorite things, right? But honestly, like even some of the Mortal Kombat fatalities are just like, ugh, it's a little too much for me. You know? Yeah, it's a little too much for me. Like Space Marine gore, like chainsawing aliens in half, that's totally cool. But if it's happening on humans and it's just like just torturing them in some way, I can never do Saw movies. You know, I can never do Saw movies.
Okay, at all. But Dead Space was okay.
Yeah, Dead Space was tough. Dead Space was tough.
That was tough for you.
Yeah, I don't like Dead Space 1 is fine. Dead Space 2, I can't do. Well, not the scene with the eyeball. I can't do. I always look away. I'm just like, I can't do this right now. Resident Evil 7, when your girlfriend is just stabbing you repeatedly, I'm just like, I just can't. I always avert my eyes whenever that happens, and then I continue the game.
You have your limits.
The scariness of it, you know, the threat of danger and stuff like that, I love that stuff. I find that thrilling and exciting. It's how I know I feel alive, you know, when I'm scared and then when I'm in danger, you know.
Absolutely. I get that.
But yeah, that's about it, really. I'm not I'm not afraid of spiders. Don't care about spiders. I'll pick them up and kill them, you know.
Talk to me about this. So you will touch a spider. You'll cup it in your hands and pick it up.
Yeah, no problem.
See, that's intriguing to me.
I hiss just thinking about it, only because like I don't want to be, but I have such a visceral reaction to spiders. Not tiny little house spiders. Those little spindly ones that you just see in a corner, those are totally fine. I can handle that. But like this was the first time I saw a black widow spider for the first time when I moved here.
Man.
And the actual fear that I felt, because I was like, fuck, this thing is real. And I didn't have to deal with this up north. Okay, we had brown recluse spiders, but they're very rare. They don't want to be near you. They really do stay out of your homes mostly. Like I just, oh my God, the thought of me picking up even like a normal spider, it just makes me like tense up. Like I just feel it like from my core. Like I don't think I ever could actually, if I was on Fear Factor and Joe Rogan back when he had hair, I never knew that was him, by the way.
No way.
Told me, here's the thing. Fear Factor was on when I was a child.
You were
liked
little,
it.
yeah.
I liked Fear Factor. And here's exactly what happened. Colin told me, he's like, that's the guy from Fear Factor, because I've never listened to the Joe Rogan show ever.
Wow.
I've just never heard it. It's one of those things of like, not a cool guy thing. I'm not saying it to be cool. I just never watched it. And Colin one time was like, it's the guy from Fear Factor. I was like, what?
Joe Rogan.
I was like, that's the same guy? And it's just, the only difference, he doesn't have hair anymore, but it was one of those things. It's like, oh my God, I had no idea that was the same dude from my childhood that I used to watch.
Knew?
But there's no amount of money you could get me to like pick up a tarantula. You could tell me it's friendly, it won't hurt me, it's perfectly docile. Like, I don't think even for $1 million I could make my arm move to pick it up. I just don't think I could even do it.
Same.
Like, that's how strong it is.
Yeah, that doesn't frighten me. Like other animals, no problem. Tigers, I'll pet them, no problem.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
See, I think there's something programmed into our genes as humans to be fearful of spiders and big cats and stuff like that. And I would argue that, but then there are people like Gene where you don't have that fear. So it's not really a basic fear. So what is it down to? Because my fear of spiders is the same as Michael. Like, that's a real thing. Like, it's just a real tangible, like, they really bother me. Like,
it looks gross. I just Googled image a black widow spider. I'm like, yeah, that looks gross. I can understand that.
I think they're cool looking, but I don't want to go in. It's not even the fact that I know it could hurt me. It's just something about the way it looks. Like, it's monstrous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude. The worst bug, like worse than spiders, silverfish. We had silverfish in our childhood home, and they would only appear in our downstairs bathroom, where we never used that shower. We had a downstairs bathroom that we would really just only use, for the potty. And then the upstairs bathroom, everyone would take their showers and baths up there. So mom didn't have to clean both showers. We would occasionally use it if it's like everyone needs to get ready at the same time for something, like a band concert, that we were doing in school. But this bathtub was very rarely used, and my mom would just dust it periodically because it wasn't in use. And every time there'd be like at least like one silverfish in it, and we all hated it. And it was one of those times, like, my mom's a pretty tough lady, but that would be something like, oh my God, like if my dad was home, she'd be like, George, like, because those are heinous.
They're disgusting.
And it definitely tickles the part of my brain where it's like, too many legs, not a friend. Like,
that's what it is.
You know what creature does freak me out though? And I don't know if it horrifies me, but it disturbs me, is our fucking tardigrades.
What is that?
I don't know what it is.
The waterbed, the water bear.
The microscopic creatures.
Yeah. Obviously, you can't see them really, and you're not gonna see them walking around. But just like the image of them with like fucking like 8 legs and like this big gaping mouth, or whatever like that, that's horrifying to me.
Yeah, they're horrifying. They're absolutely. They're like kind of.
That doesn't look like a giraffe or a rhinoceros or a bear or anything like that. That looks like a fucking like Lovecraftian nightmare.
It really does. I would say Pokemon, but I like Lovecraftian Nightmare better.
Yeah,
it would be adorable if it wasn't for that fucking face.
If it wasn't for the fucking face, I know, yeah. If it looked like a hippo at the front, I'm like, oh, fucking tardigrades. Oh yeah, dude, But the face is just like a mouth that just wants to suck you in. I'm just like, ugh, it looks like the dune worm, right? And it's like, yeah, if I saw the dune worm, I freak out too. Like there are, trust me, there are limits to like my monster fear. But like if I saw a rhinoceros, I'd be like, cool rhino.
What is this thing's story, Gene? What is this thing? I know you can only see it under a microscope, but like, what is it?
I don't know. It's just that they can survive. They can survive in outer space. They're just there, which is like terrifying.
Oh, they're like the cockroach, the other cockroach. Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, and the thing about Guam is that like our cockroaches are massive. I've never seen. Micah, you can hear the cockroach land on the surface. That's how big they are.
Oh no way!
That's how
I can't.
That when they land somewhere, you hear a pshk, like that. Like they make sound waves when they move around. And that's fucking disgusting.
That is insane.
And their wing, because they can fly around too. So like you can hear the wings flap as they're flapping around the house. you know.
No.
And it's disgusting. I don't know if it's terrifying because I had to deal with them all the time. So like, you know, I was very familiar with Raid as a child. But fuck, it's probably why I got cancer, you know. But yeah, like they would be terrifying. They would be terrifying. So that's why, like, when I came out to the States and I saw the cockroaches here, and they're all tiny, and you don't hear them skipping about, and they don't fly around. That's why I'm like, oh, okay, there's no problem. Just fucking leave out a rush trap, and it's all good. You know?
Oh, Gene, you gave me a new thing to be afraid of. This is Gene's tardigrade for those watching. Right, there it is. And let me read it. As Gene said, they are nearly indestructible, able to survive anything from deadly radiation and Arctic temperatures to the vacuum of space. So these things are going to inherit the Earth, basically. Mm-hmm. That's what you're looking at. So someday they'll be, you know, like they say dinosaurs were birds, right? Or vice versa. Birds were dinosaurs. It's going to be the same thing, only it's going to evolve in the opposite direction. These things are going to be huge, walking around like the size of elephants. It's not going to be good.
Now, I will say I'm not scared of snakes, but I used to be scared of snakes coming out of the toilet to bite my balls off.
Oh, dude, like who wouldn't be afraid of that?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fairly reasonable fear considering how prevalent snakes were in Guam. That I would always check the toilet, and I would always be like looking down and making sure that there is no that I don't see a snake that just pops out, and I have to like just like fucking pop out of there, you know. It never happened, but I was always afraid that it would, because why not? Why wouldn't it? You know?
Oh, it's nuts, dude.
Do you think the smartphone era has increased like snake toilet attacks because people aren't watching? Like instead of watching the water, they're watching their phone. I'd be curious to know if the number of toilet snake attacks has increased.
That's true, but to this day, I still check the toilet. I was still checking every time, you know. So that fear was very much ingrained in me. So yeah, trust me, there are limits and exceptions to my fear too, you know. But typically, overall, I'm just mostly afraid of things that will just kill you.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, that's kind of how we got this far.
A ghost would be very, very exciting.
Where do you guys stand? Where do you both stand on roller coasters?
Oh, no roller coasters.
No roller coasters.
Yeah, fuck roller coasters.
Really? Always it's been the same?
Yep. Ever since I was a kid, ever since I was an adult, I was like, fuck this shit. I don't like being I don't enjoy having my life in danger for there to be a thrill. I don't want my body to be thrown around upside down, just held in with a seat belt, you know. Yeah,
you don't have that thrill seeker thing.
Yeah, I am afraid of a lot of other things though. Like even when I get into Uber these days, I'm afraid of a car accident that will just like wipe you out, you know, because you never know. You know, that's the thing. I'm always afraid of like random occurrences that could happen, you know, that might not ever happen. But again, it all comes from the fact that I was a crime reporter and I've covered so many accidents, you know. There was a woman who died because the wind blew the sign over her head, and because the wind was that strong that day, and then she was just walking by on the sidewalk, just a regular day, and then the wind just blew a walk sign over on her head. Conk.
See, that shit is
split her head open.
That is so scary.
And I was just like, that is fucked up. That's awful, you know.
That really is. So, yeah, that kind of stuff gets under my skin.
Yeah, actually. Shit like that. Car accidents, you know, pedestrian accidents. I've covered so many of them, you know. I'm gonna see.
Oh, bless you.
Just did a powerful sneeze right there, but
did you mute it?
I did mute it.
I was expert muting.
Yeah, I'm getting good. I'm getting good, guys. But yeah, it's just my experience as a crime reporter where I am scared of like murder, like random murder, and just random accidents too, you know.
That's the thing too. Well, Michael, let me first weigh in with me on roller coasters and amusement park rides. Are you into that or no?
No. The only time I went on like a big roller coaster was the Bizarro coaster at Six Flags New England. And we picked that one specifically. It was the first like real roller coaster I'd ever been on. And my friends picked that one because the main draw is how fast it goes. It doesn't have anything crazy. There's no loop de loop. It's not one of the ones where there's like an upside down. Like it has a big drop, you know, but it's the main draw is how fast that coaster goes. Like at the time that the Superman coaster was created, it was like one of the fastest steel coasters is like what it was billed as, right?
I remember that, yeah.
It has been far succeeded in the decades since that was made.
Yeah.
But I remember like the thing I was so scared the whole time I didn't make a sound. And like, 'cause I was sitting next to my sister and she told my mom later, she was like, Micah didn't make a peep the whole time on the roller coaster. Like nothing, just sat there in silence. And I was like so scared. I couldn't. And it's one of those things that this was back in high school. I still think about it. And like, if I think about it too much, I feel my heart racing again. Like it was that scary. I'm glad I did it just to say I did. Yeah. But like I used to like watching like roller coaster point of view videos of like someone sitting in the front seat wearing a GoPro. I used to be able to watch those. And then ever since I actually went on a coaster, I literally can't watch them because I put myself in the seat and I feel it. I feel like I actually am there. I can't even do it.
That's, I mean, you know what you guys reminded me to, well, what Gene was saying kind of dredged something up for me. And that's the fears that we have that we think we could trace back that we've always had. And then things that we just learn along the way or brought on by some kind of catalyst, right? Like when I was little, you could put me in an exact Dagon shaped box and left me there for days. I wouldn't give a shit. Like I didn't have any claustrophobia at all. It happened some point in my adult life. I don't know when. My latest recollection though, is I got trapped in an elevator very briefly, like 3 or 4 minutes. And that might have been the onset of it, where I was like, okay, the first time I've been in elevators thousands of times working in New York, but the first time that happened, that might, in my 20s, maybe early 30s, that might have been the beginning of something that just keeps getting worse. But I didn't always have it. You know what I mean? I used to joke around that it didn't happen until I got married. But it was definitely something specific that happened. It wasn't something psychological that has directly to do with being physically confined. You know what I mean? So I think that's what it was. But that's the thing. It's like those things that we're just born with versus the things that are brought on at some point along the way. Like you guys are talking about flying, right? Like for me, the flying thing, I'd rather not. I'll get in a plane. I could get in a plane without being drunk or stoned. Like I prefer a drink, but if I don't have a drink, it's fine. I'm going to get there. Like I'll grin and bear it. But it's not the heights that bother me. It's the fact that the plane that I'm going to die because the plane's going to malfunction. It's not plummeting to my death that bothers me really. It's just, you know what I mean? Not just dying. You know what I mean? Because the plane, if something goes awry with the airplane, because it's a mechanical thing. It's a man-made mechanical thing. It's prone to malfunction. However, you know what I mean? However slim of a chance it's going to be. So that's, it's, I'm glad you guys have your superpowers, and you know what I mean? Like somebody who's literally afraid of it, like my list of things that I'm afraid of is just growing. The snakes thing is interesting that Gene brings up because I'm not necessarily afraid of snakes, but I feel like spiders, there's so many different forms. Like I think of like generally not really afraid of snakes. It bothers me that something so little can pack so much power as to kill a human being with, the poison that it packs inside its body. That kind of bothers me a little bit. I'd rather not deal with like a cobra or a rattlesnake or something. But generally, they don't really scare me. Like maybe they scare somebody who's really afraid of snakes. But then I see like an anaconda, like a snake that's as wide as a Volkswagen Beetle. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like that's a monster. That's like not even like a snake anymore. That's like literally like Leviathan or something. Like what they have in the jungles and stuff. So I don't know. There's some things that I can't even make a sweeping thing. Like I'm not afraid of snakes because there are snakes I'm afraid of. So I guess I'm afraid of snakes. right? That type that type of deal.
Well, dude, and like Gene said, some of these fears are brought on by just things we learn about, like you with the claustrophobia. It's something for me that is partly brought on by things I hear about, like the Nutty Putty Cave disaster, or recently there was a court case because a woman basically tricked her boyfriend into getting into a suitcase and she zipped it shut and then let him die in there. And I was like, I really was like, that is so fucking scary to just slowly die in a suitcase and you can't get out. And that was that. It was just like, all right, that ratcheted up the claustrophobia just another notch because that's a new fear of, all right, no matter what, don't let anyone ever trick you into getting into a suitcase.
I'm so worried about the little guy from the movie, from the what movies are they? The George Clooney, Brad Pitt movie, the Oceans movies. He's like the little Asian contortionist on the team, and they stuff him in the suitcase. And that, I don't know if it's Ocean's 12. I think it's Ocean's 12 where he goes in the suitcase. Now I'm so worried about that guy. I didn't know suitcases were airtight, right? Like he gets inside. Oh, that's what it is. They have to get him inside of the casino vault. So they put him inside the suitcase with like a bunch of snacks and bottled water because he's going to be there for like 36 hours, right? No, that's... if you gave me like a big Rambo knife and stuck me inside something like that, fine. I know because I know I could get out, and I would probably last 15 seconds.
Yeah, tight spaces and claustrophobia is another fear for sure. Ooh. You know, every time I see that fucking image of like that guy who died in that tiny little cave, I'm just like, no.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
Yeah. The fucking Ocean Gate submarine, that was a nightmare.
No, the Titan sub.
Yeah, that was a nightmare. That whole news cycle. I dig it. I think you said that it just like kept you up at night or whatever.
Oh, it bothers me to no end.
Yeah. It disturbed me to no end too. The fact that we were reporting like they were still around, like I wish we just fucking said straight up that the sub exploded. That would have just been so much better for my anxiety, at least. You know.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being that unclaustrophobic that you would get inside that thing in the first place for days?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That's insane.
Yeah. Why would you go in there in the first place?
That's insanity.
Why would you make that choice and bring your fucking son in there too?
You're bolted inside of it.
And you're not just exploring the coral reef. You're going like a mile down to see the Titanic.
Miles.
It's not like we're gonna get in the submersible and just paddle around the shallows. It's like, no, we're going to the fucking Titanic.
Yeah, I've done diving before. I have no problems with like deep sea water and everything like that. I'm not afraid of the deep ocean. I have an ex-girlfriend that was super afraid of it. You know, she screamed at the opening level of Tetris Effect, which is underwater. You know, and she was like, ah! I was like, babe, what's wrong? It's Tetris.
Guys, I won't get in a tubular water slide. Like if the water slide's enclosed, I won't. And I see people shooting at the bottom every 10 seconds. I'm not getting in it. There's no way.
I'll do that, no problem. But I'll never do the coral reef ones where you go into the coral reef and then you go out to the other side. I will never do that.
No.
I saw this TikTok of like this really big titty grandma do it, and then she popped out the other. She has huge tits. Part of the TikTok was that this old lady is kind of hot, you know. But then she went into the coral reef, and then she popped out like this really skinny little like hole in the ocean in the reef, and she popped out the other side with a big old titties. And I was like, oh, thank God, grandma and her big titties are fine. But.
Oh, I thought you said I thought you were going to say she like Winnie the Pooh in there, like. She couldn't get out.
I mean, that would have been a pleasant surprise for all of us, right? But no.
Oh God, no! It was like when everyone found out that Nancy Pelosi was hiding them hogs from us. That summer beach picture of her, and it was like, right. I didn't know Nancy was stacked like that.
I did not know your game, Nancy. That's crazy. Yeah. Susan Sarandon, right? Susan Sarandon too.
Right, that's the other one.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what do you think, you guys? Have you said your piece with the fear thing? I feel content.
Oh yeah, no, this is I'm good. I feel my heart racing.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to talk about this shit anymore. Actually, so. This is I thought like oh yeah, this is gonna be a podcast of pleasant conversations and digging. It's like, you know.
Yeah, that wasn't very low key.
Well, it was supposed to talk about. Well, if we talk about what we're not afraid of, we the conversation will inevitably steer into what are we actually afraid of, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'll give you a funny.
It's being a big titty grandma in the coral reef.
Well, that's a funny way to go out. I'll give you a funny but interesting way to go out. Actually, to make you laugh.
Yeah.
My doctor, I've known her a long time. Super cool. I love her. She's like 10 or 11 years my senior, so not that much older than me. She's great. I just really get along well with her. I think she's really wonderful. But recently, I didn't know this about her. She was like, I never really examine your eyes. And I know you need glasses. You need to up your prescription. And she took her little light and looked at my eyes and did her thing and then called in her nurse to do the rest of the eye exam because eyeballs bother her so much that she can't deal with it. She's a doctor who can't do eyeballs. And I was like, Diane, I need to know what the story is here. And the story is she was an emergency room doctor for 20 years and saw some shit. And she won't even get into specifics with me, but that's what did it. And now she has to lean on her nurse to do the eye thing because even though she's a great doctor, she can't really do the eyeball thing. So even these doctors have fears that directly apply to like their career and their livelihood. So I thought that was interesting about her. I was like, wow, I knew she had to have some sort of Achilles heel, right? She had to have some sort of kryptonite. And I found it. She can't look at the eyes. So now I have to tease her about, can you look at my eyes? She's like, oh, very funny. I'll call in Jan to do that part of the exam. We'll do that at the end or type of thing. But all right, you guys, I've said my piece on the fear thing. Gene, monkey in the middle, you got a good topic for us today. Yeah, take it away, my dude.
Yeah, I figured, with such a chill lineup here and a chill holiday episode, I figure, why not cozy up with a topic about best friends? Let's reflect on how we define what best friend means, because it's always been a little weird for me because I have a lot of friends, right? And I have a lot of people that are very, very close to me. And for me, in my adult life, I have many best friends. I think there's a couple, maybe less than 5 actually. But before, when I was a kid, there was always the one best friend. You always like, for me, I always felt like it's like dating. You have your girlfriend and then you have your best friend, or your partner or whatever, but your best friend. But so many of them, I just stopped being friends with them eventually. We grew apart or whatever. I think my first best friend was a dude. It was actually Ryan. And we were in first grade. I've told this story before, but his mom owned a strip club, and that's where we used to be babysat, basically. But we didn't stay friends for too long. But it was a very cool experience to hang out at the strip club, like after school. But after that, there was a guy named Richard, and he loved games. And it was gaming that always kind of forged a lot of my guy best friendships, and he loved the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So we were really into that. So we were best friends for like maybe 3rd grade to like 6th grade. And then I got picked on a lot throughout the entire elementary and middle school. And he got picked on a lot too. People always talked about how we were gay for each other and everything like that. And that was when I learned like homophobic slurs all the time, The first time I learned what a blowjob was when I was in actually, yeah, we were friends in 2nd grade. So it was 2nd grade. I distinctly remember this one because it was fucking 2nd grade and it was in the 2nd grade teacher's classroom. But this one guy said, "Hey, I heard you like to give Richard a blowjob," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like you just like burp right in his face. I was like, "Oh yeah, I love giving Richard blowjobs,"
Oh.
And then the word got around that Gene loves to give blowjobs, to Richard, and that was terrible.
I gotcha.
So people made fun of me because I didn't know what a blowjob was at the right age of 7. But that's Guam. That's Guam. I'm telling you, like a lot of my stories is because Guam is kind of a fucked up place, honestly. Yeah, Richard and I always used to get picked on, and then in around 6th and 7th grade, he decided to become a cool kid. he stopped liking Ninja Turtles. He stopped playing video games. Didn't care about the Super Nintendo. I was like, what? I was like, bro, Super Mario World is out now. WrestleMania, the new WrestleMania game, dude. Come on, man. We loved wrestling. But he didn't care about it. He was playing basketball. He was trying out for the basketball team, bro. So he wanted to show how athletic he was. And so he abandoned me. He actually just straight up abandoned me. Like, he stopped hanging out with me. And I felt kind of betrayed, And for a while, I just didn't have a best friend up until high school. When I met, when I was I remember the day distinctly when it was in calculus class, and we had our little protractors or whatever, the compasses or whatever. And then this kid named Joey in sophomore year, was it freshman year? It was freshman year. He was playing it like they were lightsabers, and he was like, and I was like, oh, he likes Star Wars, and he's a skater kid, So I was like, oh, he's kind of a misfit, I want to hang out with him. So we started hanging out, and it turns out, yeah, he loved video games. More than that, he was cooler than Richard because he loved Final Fantasy. Richard didn't like Final Fantasy. He only liked like action games or whatever like that. But Joey loved Final Fantasy. He loved Final Fantasy 2, which is Final Fantasy 4.
Nice.
Which is one of Colin's most formative games.
Love that game.
So Joey showed me Final Fantasy 4, and it was his favorite one. And I like we just hit it off. It turns out that he liked rock music, and he and we were both fans of Nirvana. It turns out too. He got me more into Nirvana later. He was a much bigger Nirvana fan. I liked Nevermind, just the popular album, but he said, "Oh, you should listen to their other albums." And he was really the guy that taught me how to be more curious about my musical tastes. He's like, oh yeah, Nirvana sounds like this, Nirvana sounds like that. Because Kurt Cobain was always like that too. Kurt Cobain was always talking about his influences, right? And that seeped into Joey, and that eventually seeped into me, where I started to really, really care about the influences of music, whatever. Mm-hmm. Right now, right here, I have up here Robert Johnson, the inventor of rock and roll and modern music. The guy who sold his soul at the crossroads to play guitar, to play blues guitar.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And the only reason why I love him is because Led Zeppelin used to cover his music all the time, and so once I learned what Led Zeppelin's roots were, the Delta blues scene, I started getting into that. But all of that came from Joey and Nirvana, and the way he kind of developed my curiosity. To this day, Joey and I are brothers. We're best friends. He lives in LA, and he's married and has a wonderful kid. We grew up playing Souls games together, Dark Souls and everything like that. And it's one of my biggest disappointments in my recent life is that he can't play Elden Ring around his kid. So he's actually never finished Elden Ring. He's only played like maybe 10, 20 hours of Elden Ring. And I'm just like, it's so insane to me that you haven't that you have no idea what Elden Ring is about, but he can't play violent games around his kid or whatever like that, and we haven't played co-op. We played every co-op. We played Dark Souls together, Bloodborne together, everything. Fighting games together. We were so huge into Virtua Fighter and Soul Calibur,
nice,
and Street Fighter and Capcom vs. SNK. He's the guy whose a garage I stayed in California after college when I couldn't find a job. So that's why I wouldn't call myself homeless, because I did live in his home, but I was living in his garage. And his dad would always open the garage door and smoke weed with me.
That's awesome.
Like in the morning, like it was like a rude awakening. Like the sun would just like blast right in. He was like, "Hey boy, you got to smoke," And then we just roll blunts together and just smoke. It was such a really good time. It was really I would call it the halcyon days of my life. Just living in my buddy's garage, and he would just come home from work. I was unemployed and not working, and I just played Dreamcast all day. And he would come back, and I would be so excited when he came back. I was like, "Oh yeah, Joey's about to come back home at 6 o'clock from his fucking sandwich shop job." Just come back, and we're like, yeah, "Bro, let's play some Power Stone together, man. Come on."
Oh, dude, you're evoking like a whole era. Like it's so funny because you say Dreamcast and you say Power Stone, it just feels like that. The whole story just feels like that era for some reason. Like I'm catching that vibe completely.
Yeah. I was like, dude, I just burned Power Stone 2 on the CDR. Let's do this, Whereas guess what I just downloaded?
You could do that.
Skies of Arcadia, and then I just wouldn't play the game. I would just like watch him play Skies of Arcadia, and we just have a really great time and just be super stoned. And then of course I moved back to Guam, and then but we never stopped being friends, because when I moved to Hawaii, he actually moved to Hawaii to live with me for a bit.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, because he was kind of like on the outs. He was like career wise, there was really nothing going on in his life.
I was going to ask, what does he do for a living now, Gene?
He just does he just works in finance,
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the one thing about his life that we used to play in a band together. Like there's so many details about our lives together that's so intertwined. But we used to play in a band together and everything like that. And he's a great singer. And actually, I just heard right now that he's actually about to be in a Radiohead cover band.
Oh shit!
Which is awesome, because we used to play Radiohead covers all the time together, and he has a very beautiful. He can mimic Tom York's voice very well. He
must be good.
And I used to play the guitar, and so I was like, dude, that's perfect, man. Like that feels so fun, because we always wanted to be musicians together. We thought we'd be in a rock band. I play bass, and he'd be the lead singer and guitar, and we'd have a drummer, who was his cousin, and she was very cool, But yeah, that never happened, and yeah, he works in finance now. So it goes for people like us, right? Sometimes we just fall into it's a regular ass job. Sometimes,
Smart. I wish I worked in finance sometime. You could be working finance without being a finance bro. You know what I mean? Joey,
yeah.
I was just like Joey.
He just works at banks. Yeah. You
said one of the first things you said was he was on the cutting edge of Final Fantasy 2 or 4. People didn't know JRPGs back then. If you knew, you knew.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's a big thing. And the fact that he stayed with those sort of nerdy pop culture, nerd culture tastes.
We played Demon Souls together before Dark Souls was even a thing.
Dude, that's so cool.
But it was me that discovered Demon Souls, to be fair. But then I was like, yo, there's this game called Demon Souls. I think this game is specifically engineered for us, bro. And then we popped it in the PS3, and it was like, yo, this is the best game ever.
I kind of love that.
We loved Metal Gear. Joey was the guy who got me back into video games, because during high school, he kind of stayed playing video games, and I kind of dropped out of it because eventually we never stopped hanging out. I never abandoned Joey, like the way fucking Richard did to me, But I just didn't play as many video games. I was more into music at the time, really, honestly. Music and doing drugs and drinking, right? Because I was like 16 at the time, and that's when I started drinking. So I was more interested in that. But then when I went to college, he went back to California. He was originally from California, actually. So he was like a half white kid that turned out to be my best friend. But we went out to California together, Southern California, and he never went to college, and he still has never been to college. But when I finally went to his house one day, he was like, yo, I got this new game called Metal Gear Solid, has a lot of voice acting. Check it out. Let's check it out. And then I watched him play it, and I was like, I can't believe video games are like this now. Are you serious? They're talking about politics, and there's so much voice acting, and look at the cinematography. And I was like, I guess I should just start playing video games again. And then ever since then, it's just never stopped.
That was the hook.
It was a hook. Metal Gear Solid hooked me in, and Joey was the one who introduced me to it. I was the best man at his wedding. And remember when I talked about the presidential debate is like the hardest night of my life. He was there actually, because the next day he was going to get married. So we were in Vegas for the final debate, and then right after the debate, he said, Gene, I know you're really tired, but we got to drive back because I have to get married. And I was like, I know. We drove back, and I just didn't fall asleep. I didn't sleep. It was the longest day of my life, and as soon as we got back to Southern California, I just crashed out. But then I went to his wedding afterwards. It was like 2 days later, but we had to go like the rehearsal, right?
Yeah, you got to get ready. How far is it from Vegas to LA? What is that drive?
It's just like 3 hour drive, 4 hour drive. So not too bad, long for me because I was so tired. It was such a long night. Yeah. But so that's why I thought I could swing it. I had no idea how hard the night would be. But we had such a good time, and he got to experience a little bit of my life, as a mainstream journalist now. So I felt good being able to kind of flex to him and make him feel proud, because I was always interested in writing and kind of in journalism. I was the editor in chief of the school paper, at the high school paper.
Oh, so, I never knew that. That's cool.
Yeah, I flunked journalism because everyone hated me in high school, and so all my so-called reporters that I had on staff never did any of the work that I asked them to do. They just they told me fuck off, Gene, and then they left me to do all the stories. So the school paper was me writing every single story because nobody wanted to do it. And then it was such a shitty product because it was just me doing it. And then that's why I got an F in journalism. And my journalism teacher's dead. So good for her. Miss Jameson, fucking bitch, dude. I swear to God. I really wanted to like punch her, you know?
Like, how is there no extra credit for you carrying the whole project?
Yeah,
it was. I mean,
doesn't that count for something?
It doesn't count for anything. It was fucked up. The entire program and system was fucked up. Like my friends, my classmates were against me. My teacher was against me. I was just alone. You know.
Oh, that's so lame.
It was one of the most discouraging things ever. But I was like, I knew it's not my fault. Like I knew that it's the people around me that are fucking insane. You know. That are trying to discourage me from doing this. I was like, I know I can do this. And look at me, I'm at the fucking Washington Post. So that's why I have such a huge chip on my shoulder, you know, about that shit. You know, that's why sometimes I might brag about my career sometimes, because I do have a chip on my shoulder, because a lot of people told me throughout my life that I would never do it. My editor in Guam, when I was working as a professional, told me that I would never become a real journalist, you know?
Isn't that crazy? I wonder what that editor and that teacher, Mrs. Jamison, like, I wonder what
Miss James is dead, but yeah, I know where the editor is. He lives in a small apartment of 7 people, and he does drag shows at night, and he works at the Apple store in the morning.
What's his address?
I know. I know. If there's one person, remember Micah, where we were talking about murder, right? And he is a guy that I would want to kill. So
Gene, please have an alibi.
Yeah, in an early episode of Constellation, Micah kind of talked about like how if murder was legal, then like some people probably would want to kill people.
I remember that.
Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, like I would totally kill someone. And then you guys laughed, and I was like, no, that's a guy that I'll actually murder. Like I would find his address if murder was legal, and I'll be like, see you, boy, you know? Anyways, my best friend Joey. Yeah, he always stuck by my side, and I was his best man at his wedding. You know, I remember I gave a speech at his wedding, and people loved it. It was very funny. And yeah, so he's been my best buddy for a long time. And then there's my best friend Karen, who I met on Guam in my early 20s. I actually don't remember. Remember I told you how easily I remember how I met Joey? Karen, I don't remember, but she remembers me. This was when I was smoking meth, and I was in the corner, and I was shivering, and I was just really, really high. Just like I was just a fucking drug-addled kid, you know. And at a party, and she came up to me, and she was like, "Hi, my name is Karen. You look interesting." And that's what she told me. She said, and I was like, "Hello, hello, hello." You know, I was all fucked up, you know. But she thought it was interesting because like I looked like such a nerd, and there I was at this druggy party and just like fucking tweaking in the corner, you know. And she thought that was very strange. So Karen and I have always been like, she's been my party friend. You know, Joey and I never really went out and went clubbing together. I tried to get him out to clubbing. He wasn't really into that. Okay. He likes Nirvana. He likes Radiohead. He likes Final Fantasy.
Right.
He's that kind of guy, right? Karen is an alcoholic. A raging alcoholic. She is, I'm a heavy drinker, and I can drink a shit ton of alcohol without feeling too fucked up. Karen can outdrink me completely because she will just never stop drinking. I have left the bar at 7 a.m. and she's still there.
That's hard.
She's still fine.
She's still drinking?
Fine. She's still drinking. She's still on her 2 feet. You know, she may be belligerent and violent, and we can get into violence later. But she would always be drinking. She is my best friend because she is ride or die for me. She loves me so much that when she found out that one of my ex-girlfriends, Coco, cheated on me, we saw Coco at the bar, and Karen tried to stab her with her heel.
No way.
Yeah. She said, "I can't believe you fucking did that to my friend Jean." And then she just took off her heel and just like jumped her and just tried to stab her. She was super drunk, of course, right? And then the bartender threw I'll never forget this. A bartender just threw a bottle of V8 at the wall and said, "Everyone, stop it!"
That'll do it.
Like, this is so fucked up. This situation has gotten out of control. But I love Karen because I saw her do that for me. What else about Karen? I've gotten her out of the hospital after she stabbed herself. After she stabbed her boyfriend.
What?
Because her boyfriend was cheating on her. And then she stabbed him in the gut, and he started crying and everything. And she said, "Oh, you think that hurts? Stop fucking crying, you bitch." And then she got her lamp, shattered that, and then got the shard, and then just sliced her arm open here, up, down.
Wait a second. What did she stab him with?
A knife.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then she just wanted to break something, so she broke his like favorite. It was his apartment, so she broke his favorite lamp and then like slashed herself with it, and then she passed out, and then I had to come grab them, like these two bleeding out idiots. Yeah.
I'm horrified of Karen. Add this to a fear. I am afraid of Karen.
Karen is an incredibly fearful person, and she is the source of many of my craziest stories. Including that one, but again, it goes back to my point that I just know a lot of interesting people. I didn't stab myself. She didn't stab me. But I had to go home and see that. So to this day, she has a big ass scar, and she has a huge. She has like an Ellie tattoo. Like, remember how Last of Us has a tattoo? And Ellie has a tattoo to cover her little her zombie bite or whatever. Karen did the exact same thing. She has a huge tattoo of a koi fish or whatever, trying to cover up the scar.
Oh,
but it's webbed up. It's webbed up. It'll never be the same. Her arm,
Oh no!
After that incident, to this day. Karen, I love Karen so much that she has actually fucked one of my girlfriends, and I had to forgive her for it.
Gene.
Wait, I don't know if we got that Karen was gay in all this yet, did we?
No. She's pansexual. She'll fuck anybody. Okay. So yeah, she hooked up with this really, really beautiful girl that I was trying to date, Nadia, and we were really hitting it off. And then Nadia, bless her heart, she actually confessed to me that she slept with Karen.
No way.
And then I told Karen, I was like, "Karen, what the fuck?" I was like, "Oh, so you didn't invite me?" Like, I felt more bad about not being invited to the party as opposed to that, And she was like, "Yeah, sorry, Jade. I'm sorry I fucked up." She sounds like that too. Her voice is all fucked up because she smokes so much cigarettes too, Karen, I've told this story before, but Karen would just get mad for no reason. So we used to go out clubbing, and this is in Hawaii, so this is like an older age. But yeah. Karen punched me in the balls just out of nowhere. She was really upset about something, and I kept asking her, Karen, what are you so upset about? And she was so tired of me asking, like, why is she so upset? And then she was just smoking and sitting down. I was standing up, and then she just saw me, and she just like fucking punched me really hard in the balls. I dropped to the floor. Like, a bunch of my friends were around me, so there were a bunch of witnesses who saw this, right? And they were like, "Wow, Karen is fucked up." Like, because I would always talk about Karen, and they were like, "I don't believe that anyone can be that crazy," And then it's like almost she had to prove it to my friends that she was that crazy. So she punched me in the balls. I dropped to the ground coughing, because it was a solid ball hit, right? And if you've ever been hit in the balls, you know what that feels like.
It's not fun.
It's not fun. It feels like all the air has left your body, So I'm on the ground coughing. All my friends are like aghast and like wondering what's going on, and also wondering what Karen is mad about. And she said, and she threw $100 bill down to my face as I'm coughing, and she says, "I'm going home. Have some fun." So I took the $100 bill off my face and I sat back up, and I was like,
"Had some fun.
Anyone want a round?" It's on Karen.
Karen is the wild card of your group, my friend.
She is, and she's my best friend. She's my best friend, truly, because she would murder someone for me, So how can I not treasure someone like that,
I feel like don't even leave DC, Gene. Just get Karen to DC. You'll be fine.
Well, that's the thing. Well, she actually visited me. So when I said that I had cancer, she was one of the first people I told.
Mm.
And she was heavily distraught. She lost her parents she lost one of her parents to cancer too. So to lose me was extremely disturbing. Like I've never heard her be that sad or disturbed before. Like she sounded helpless because I was about to die.
Yeah, that's hard.
It was horrible. And then she took a flight out from. She lives in Hong Kong, so she took a flight out from Hong Kong to DC to see me. Yeah, she saw me, and then she went back home to her husband, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't think Jean's gonna make it." So we hung out actually recently. She actually visited me last summer, and then she brought her husband, and she was like, "Look at G! I told you he was gonna make it." And I was like, "You told me I wasn't gonna make it." or the husband said, "You told me he wasn't gonna make it." And I was like, but that's Karen. She's my best friend. And yeah, I think those two are probably the biggest friends that I have. I did have a best friend here in DC, and she was an intern at the Guam paper when I worked at. So she's, obviously me being 21 and her being an intern, like it feels like a large like year gap, but it's really only like 5 years, honestly, right?
Yeah, that's not that bad.
Or it's like 7 years, but like she actually works at the Washington Post, and she was one of the fact checkers. She was one of the people doing the Pinocchios, Michelle Lee, and now she is the Tokyo bureau chief of the Washington Post. So actually, she lives in Tokyo and Seoul part time. She's Korean too. And so we've just been friends for like ever since I was like 21 or whatever, when I started working as a professional, and I've watched her grow up as a journalist or whatever. But we've just been really tight friends, and she was like really my only friend here in DC when I moved here. So obviously she was just going to be my best friend here in DC, So we hung out a ton, but then she got promoted to being Tokyo bureau chief, and she's been gone since, and I miss her very much. But whenever she gets back, I'm sure we'll hang out again soon. So.
I'm so glad to hear that Karen lives in Hong Kong. From what I hear about Hong Kong, that is the place for Karen. I heard Hong Kong makes New York look silly. Have you been, Gene?
Hong Kong? No. She's trying to get me to move to Hong Kong,
It's supposed to be wild there.
Yeah. So yeah, you told me that all I need is Karen in DC, but like for her, all she needs is Gene in Hong Kong. Really,
I would love that. That must be tempting. Hong Kong sounds like a genuinely, like that's one of the places I really want to visit. Not for its scenic beauty or anything like that, just because it's supposed to be absolutely nuts there.
Yeah, just the cosmopolitan, the city.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And like Karen and I went around Tokyo and Seoul, and we just like tore up the party circuit. It was insane. It was great because like Karen we would have kind of heists where we would go out, and Karen would flirt with lawyers or people she thinks is rich to get them to buy us drinks and drive us around. And she would like even hold their hands or whatever like that, and just like touch their shoulder and like play with their hair or whatever. And like I'm just like being driven around or whatever. And then by the end of the night, she's like, "Okay, I'm going home. Let's go, Gene." And then that would just be it. And then like they'd always be like, "What the fuck, man? Like, dude, I spent like fucking $400 on you, Like I bought bottle service. That was $1,000. Like I bought his bottle service, right?
You guys were working a whole op.
Yeah, it was a whole operation. And then she was like, "Come on, Gene," and she just pull my arm and we just go home together. Like Karen and I never hooked up. We've never been an item or anything like that.
That's so interesting to me.
Yeah.
That's really that I was going to ask you. The other thing I was going to ask you, Gina, I'm not sure if you ever got into this with her, but I think of the name Karen, right? It's a name that was hijacked by pop culture. Like the guys have Chad. That's another name that was hijacked. Mm-hmm. How does Karen feel about the whole Karen thing being that was just a name?
She'll kill you if you evoke
if you
that around you.
Insinuate that she's a Karen.
Yeah. If you insinuate that she's any kind of Karen, like she's not going to call the police. She'll tell you, call the police.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. She's not going to call the police. She'll tell you to call the police. She'll dare you to call the police.
I'm fascinated.
That's
with
the
Karen.
difference.
I'm absolutely fascinated.
Yeah. She doesn't like the insinuation because she knows that she doesn't fit into that regard whatsoever. The only thing that she'll get mad about is the fact that she doesn't have any drinks. So she came out here to DC just this past summer. So very fresh. She's 45 and I'm 43.
Okay.
And then, we used to karaoke together all the time. But I don't drink, and I don't really like karaoke that much anymore. I did it so much, but we went to a karaoke bar for old time's sake, and I even sang a few tunes. And after 2 hours, I was like, okay, I'm pretty tired. I'm older, and I'm still recovering from being sick or whatever. So I was like, I'm going to go home. And she was like, okay, I'll stay here. And then the bar was filled with all these like young Chinese boys, like they're all like 19, 20, 21, and she just like they're all 21, 22 probably because they're all working the bar. And she just started buying them all drinks. She was like, "You're cute. Come here, drink with me. Can I buy you a shot?" And then like the pictures on my Twitter feed, she's just buying like, a round for the whole bar.
Dude, that's
and then
so cool.
She just stayed at the bar, and I was like, "All right, you can take care of yourself, no problem." So I just leave her alone in this big old city, but I'm not worried.
No, I'd be worried for the city.
I'd be worried for city. That's true. I was worried for those kids. I was worried for those guys because they didn't know how to deal with it, because she was being so pushy to get into drunk, and they were like, no, we can't drink anymore, And that's how I was. I was like, I can't drink anymore.
I'm so interested. That's
I think enough about me. Those are two very long stories. I apologize.
No, that was great, man. I mean, we found the female Jean, but violent. The violent version of female Jean.
I would not try to stab anyone. She is definitely like my darkest side. But yeah, we never even hooked up. There's probably some tension of like romance because she's hated every single one of my girlfriends. Like she has not approved of a single one of them. So it does make you wonder why that is. And she's always been a thorn in the side of all of my relationships because we're so close. Yeah. And everybody assumes that we will hook up together, right? Like Karen would wear my clothes. She would literally wear my boxers. And then my ex-girlfriends would be like, how can a woman just wear your boxers and like you guys aren't actually sleeping together? Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, purely platonic.
Like, how is she sleeping in your house? You guys are getting so drunk together and she's in your underwear and nothing is happening. And I was like, I promise you, nothing is happening. It really is just that weird. And we really are just that platonic and close together,
Yeah, until you brought up the underwear thing, I was going to say big sister dynamic, but then now forget it. I can't label it, Gene. I don't know what's going on with you.
Yeah. She's just my best friend. So, and that's it, But I don't wear Joey's underwear, Joey doesn't wear my underwear too.
All right.
So like the closest that Karen and I, like obviously Joey's been my longtime friend, but like the intimacy that Karen and I is just something that I don't have with literally any other human.
Pretty cool. I kind of gotta say, I dig it.
Yeah.
Micah, talk to me about your Karens or just your best friends in general.
Mm-hmm. Goodness. I mean, number one, listening to Gene's like tales, and I'm like, I could not hang with Gene. Maybe now. I feel like I could be like, I feel like Gene and I modern day, I mean, obviously we get along quite well, don't we? Mm-hmm. I feel like I could hang with modern day Gene, but I definitely would not be able to hang with you at the club scene and this all meth. And the funniest thing is like, I'm the kid who, if you told me like, go out and buy some meth, and it's like, how do you do that? I don't know. It's wow. Number one thing I've just learned is I'm just not cool enough.
Well, that's funny because when Karen came to DC, she was like, Gene, you don't do coke anymore, right? I was like, of course I don't do cocaine anymore, Karen. I had cancer, And she was like, I'm just checking. She was like, do you have any hookups? So I was like, I don't have any more hookups anymore, Karen. They're gone now. And she was like, well, what about your ex-girlfriend? And he was like, I'm not. She's trying to be sober too. I'm not gonna ask my ex-girlfriend who's literally in rehab if she can hook me up with cocaine. I'm sorry, Karen. But that's Karen for me.
She didn't age out of the partying thing.
No, she's still going on. She's still crazy.
Yeah, she's in it.
Yeah, no. I agree with Gene in the sense of having different best friends for the various seasons of your life. Because one thing, Gene, this has actually brought me some comfort is I have kind of lamented to Colin that I don't have, aside from family, like a lifelong best friend, someone who I've known since I was a kid that I'm still friends with. And Gene, like listening to your stories, and it's like, oh, like it made me feel a bit better, for example, that you and Richard grew apart, because that's what I experienced myself, is having these best friends through different phases of life. Part of this is because growing up a Jehovah's Witness, when I left that, I lost all my childhood friends, basically. They weren't allowed to talk to me anymore.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's right. You talked about that before. Yeah.
Right. And these are people that I loved very much. And the number one is there were these two brothers around my sister and I's age. And when we were younger, we'd play together constantly. They actually lived down the street from us. So we'd walk to their house and we'd play wiffle ball, we'd play football together, like we'd play basketball. Those were the kids that we would all pretend to be different famous athletes. So we'd be playing basketball and it's like, I'm pretending to be Scalabrini and he's pretending to be Paul Pierce. Like we'd all snag our favorites and, we're playing wiffle ball and I'm Mark McGuire. And, awesome. They were like the brothers that I didn't have. I have my one older sister who I'm very close to, but it was really fun to hang out with them. They had a pool. So we'd swim at their house all summer. They had a hot tub and their mom would turn it on and let us all go sit in it. And we actually, when we were really young, we'd have sleepovers at their house. When we were at the age where it was 100% okay to have a sleepover, like boys and girls, because we truly had no idea why that would be a problem. And I remember those sleepovers and, having breakfast at their house like the next day when you wake up. And I truly loved them. They're people that I miss a lot. I haven't seen them. I don't remember if I saw them at my sister's wedding or not, which would have been 2013. The reality is I was allowed to go to the ceremony, but I wasn't allowed to go to the reception. And even at the ceremony, most people wouldn't speak to me. So I don't remember if I saw them there or if the last time I saw them was like 2011. But they're people that I think about a lot just because they are in so many of my childhood memories. So many of my favorite days as a kid involved the two of them. So I do miss them a lot. But that was a good season, at the time that it was. And then, once again, being a Jehovah's Witness, you're not really supposed to make friends at school, but you need someone to eat lunch with, right? So I would usually end up becoming close with at least one or two kids, each year in the classroom. And the one of them was in middle school, this girl, Chloe. And we hit it off right away because she loved arts and crafts. And, she liked video games. I also liked video games. We grew apart partly because, like you said, Gene, about like being popular. And she was still extremely nice to me, but she kind of grew up to be more of the cool kid, whereas I still wanted to do arts and crafts and play Tony Hawk Pro Skater at her house.
Right? Doesn't that fucking suck? I felt so abandoned,
That's
I'm like,
hard.
Dude,
Yeah, it's the stage of life where some of your friends will just choose a different path altogether. We're figuring out, what we want to be, basically. And it was I remember distinctly just when it was like she had like a boyfriend all of a sudden and all these things. I remember just being like, oh, because I still want to do like arts and crafts and shit. And you want to go to like hang out, like do free skate with your boyfriend. It's like, that's fine. But I just remember being like, oh. So that was just another, but she made middle school so much more bearable. I remember I would call her house, back when we all had landlines, we didn't have cell phones yet. And I'd call her house and her mom would answer and I'd say, hello, is Chloe home? Can I talk to her? And like we'd talk on the phone. Like those are back when I used to have phone calls, right? I hate talking on the phone. I can't believe that I used to look forward to getting home from school to call my friends on the phone. Cause now if you make me make a phone call, I'm like, this sucks. But then moving on to high school, I met my best friend, Kat, and we still keep in touch. She's very busy. She has a child. She does homeschooling. They don't live nearby, but we keep in touch and we've kept in touch since high school. And she's someone who is very dear to me. We're very different. We met and hit it off in high school because at the time we were both deeply religious and we were some of the few kids, with the purity culture and all that. And, kids who wouldn't pressure each other basically to do drugs and suchly other
Sure.
things, right? So that was kind of where our bond was formed. But as we have like changed and grew in our lives, we're still very close. She's still like pretty religious, but doesn't care that I'm not. We have a lot of differences of opinion, but we still just care about each other very much.
Yeah, that's cool.
Gene, when you mentioned like people saying, I mean, you were in second grade, but people implying that like, you and Richard were like a couple. That happened to Kat and I.
Oh, man.
People would accuse us of being, closeted lesbians because we were the hardcore Christian chicks who hung out together a lot and didn't date boys.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, but it just was what it was, and I'm glad we've stayed close despite the fact that we are not able to see each other or talk very often. She's that type of person that I can send her a message on Facebook, and maybe it's been a couple weeks, maybe it's been a couple months, we pick right back up where we left off. And it just feels like I could just sit down and talk to her, and it wouldn't be awkward at all. There'd be no missing pages. Like, it feels like we could just pick right back up. So I'm glad to still have her, because in terms of people from high school who I keep in touch with, it's a very short list. Just because I moved several times, and being here now, it's not easy to maintain long distance friendships anyways. And especially as people get married, have kids, you make friends with other parents, blah, blah, blah. So I'm glad that we've been able to stay friends despite how different our lives are, despite how different we are from each other. And then, of course, like, my sister is my lifelong best friend, like my partner in crime for a lot of different things. She is just someone who always knows where I'm coming from, always the person I can talk to. Maybe one of the few people in this world I truly believe loves me unconditionally. Because that is very rare, at least in my life. It's not the Jehovah's Witness way to love people unconditionally, including like your children.
Really? No kidding.
Well, I mean, you got to cut them off, right? If they do something bad,
right?
That's true.
And then you just never speak to them again.
That's true. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just one of those things of, I mean, you might still say that you love that person, but can you truly? So it's just one of those things. I didn't grow up with the idea of unconditional love, but my sister proved that that is real and that it does exist.
That's beautiful.
And my dad,
that is,
my dad being never a witness, just kind of caught up in the mix of it. My dad's one of my best friends. And I talk to him several times a week, and whether we're talking about sports or cooking or, what he's tinkering with in the workshop, I absolutely consider my dad to be one of my best friends and someone I cherish, beyond words. So I'm glad I have that bond with him. I feel very lucky that I have that bond with my dad. And Colin. The unique thing about Colin and I, every relationship I've been in, I was friends with that person first. And it's not many relationships, that's to be fair, but it's still true that every relationship I ever entered was with someone I was already friends with. And that bond of being pals just created a really good foundation. And so Colin truly is one of my best friends. We share so many interests. We share the same sense of humor. We have our differences, of course, but there's something unique to being friends first with a romantic partner versus purely being into them because, oh, well, he's attractive. Wonder what he's like. And forcing a relationship based around that versus, oh, we're friends because we like video games and we like all the same things.
Sure.
And, we're just like two stupid peas in a pod. And it's been fun. So Colin's definitely one of my best friends as well. And yeah, I mean, the list for me is short. The list primarily involves family, but there's still people that I really do treasure and care a lot about. And, Dagan, you mentioned on a show a couple weeks ago about being better about maintaining,
Oh, man,
ties
yeah.
with long distance, family and friends. And it is something I try to be better about. I'm the type of person who I think about, my sister a million times a day, but I don't text her every time I think about her, but I am trying to be better about texting her more frequently because the reality is that I think I'm bothering her. I never am. And so I am trying to text her more often when I think of her because, why the hell not? So I'm trying to get better
I
about
love
that.
that.
'Cause the reality is that I think of these people constantly. I just feel like I'm a nuisance. But that's something I'm going to work on and try and be better about because for me, these are all long distance relationships. And I want to be more aware of that, more purposeful. So, but no, this was a good topic, Gene, to kind of reflect on even the people I'm no longer close to still realize that I'm happy I have those memories and happy to have lived through all those times with them.
Yeah, define that. Those people defined an era in your life. You know what I mean? Even if they're
Right.
no longer a part of it, they were so formative for everybody. Each of those people were like, oh, I don't want to say stepping stones because that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean? Like they were such a part of everything about you during a certain time
Right.
period.
They do, just each person leaves a mark on your life in a different way. Like the two boys I was friends with from church, they were incredibly funny and they definitely helped me form my sense of humor. And like even little things like Chloe from middle school, she gave me her Bop It. If you remember the toy,
Oh
Bop
my
It,
God, I
Twist It.
love those
I
things.
I still have it. And I think of her whenever I come across it in my closet because it's just one of those things I sometimes would bring out and still use. It still works. But it's those little things, or when I am doing like arts and crafts, sometimes I think about her and doing school projects at her house. We had to make a volcano or something one time, like classic middle school trope. But I think of these people, and especially with the distance, there's no hard feelings anymore. Like Jean mentioning feeling abandoned. And I definitely did at the time feel like Chloe was, oh, she's choosing, she has a boyfriend now and she hangs
Yeah,
out
that's
with the
hard.
pretty girls. But now looking back on it, it's like we're all just trying to figure it out. So looking at it as an adult, there's no hard feelings. It's just now I can just see only the good things, basically. And I like that lens. I like being far enough away from it that I can just remember all the good times and just not feel upset anymore about any of the negative ones.
Yeah, that's well put. Sometimes you need that perspective for sure. You need that space and that distance. You know what I mean? That's hard when you're growing up and what you guys both said a little bit, like those kind of forks in the road where, interests diverge and there's, social circles change and evolve. And, do you stay friends through that kind of thing? And it's interesting. I love what you said too, Micah, about what I was talking about recently, like you said on the show a few weeks ago, like about just being a little bit better of a friend and a son and a brother and trying to keep in touch and trying to be active with that, maintaining those healthy relationships. Like it just occurred to me recently, there's mental health, physical health, spiritual health. I think social health is a thing because I find myself, and I don't do it for me. I do it because those people and those relationships mean a lot to me. So I want to nurture them, but that I do feel better when I'm actively trying to reach out, text, make a phone call and say, look, I can only stay on for 10 minutes, but I was thinking about you. Cause you want to send out those brainwaves. Like you want those people to know you're thinking about them all the time, but it doesn't work like that. You got to pick up the phone. You got to send an email or a text. Like it's just the way it is. But I do find myself actively feeling a lot better in general when I'm concentrating on that. It's like taking a vitamin. You know what I mean? It's like you notice the change in yourself. And that's good. I wish I took a page, from your book a little earlier when I was in my early 30s because, it took a long time for me to realize that because you just think, like we were saying during that conversation a few weeks ago, you just get so busy that you put it off. But the time's passing so fast, you don't even realize it. You know what I mean? So you gotta go. It's like a seize the moment type thing.
Yeah, it's too though. It's easier for us now. I can send my dad a text versus having to make a phone call, right?
That's
like
true.
It just is. That's part of why I really do want to try and kick myself to do it more often, just because it's easier than ever to just send a text, send a meme, send my sister something funny that made me think of her. And even like I'll see something and it'll be like, that meme is perfect for Ramon, and I'll be like, why don't you send it to him? And in my head I'm like, well, you're bothering him. It's like, no, you're not. You text this guy like every couple of weeks, send him the meme. He always appreciates the meme.
It.
We don't talk often, but it's like, yeah, it's easier than ever. It's just a matter of forcing yourself to do it, because you're right when it comes to like social health. I'm someone who I could be a hermit for sure. I could absolutely just never leave the house and never talk to anybody. And, it would probably suck for a little bit. And then I'd just be like, this is the new normal. And we just don't talk to people.
Sure.
It's way too easy. It's way too easy for me
to
just become a recluse. So it's important that I force myself to keep interacting with people.
Yeah, no, I get it, Micah. The introvert comes a little more naturally to me. The extrovert is something I have to kind of, seize and kind of like bring forth a little bit, Colin does that. I mean, Colin will just send me a link. There won't even be a word in the email. He just sent me a link of something I'll enjoy. I know what it is. It's something that, hey, I think he did it with the new Ninja Gaiden trailer. He just sent me a link. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh shit, I love Ninja Gaiden. You know what I mean? So it's that, and that's the type of thing too. I mean, this is one that's on my mind a lot because I have a son. We have a son who's 14. And you know what? I'm constantly, trying to figure it out because he's still kind of looking for his ride or dies. You know what I mean? And I'm constantly comparing and contrasting, all along the ages of our two kids, but especially now with him about how it was for me. And, my friend situation, I've always been really fortunate with that. Like Micah was saying, it's in waves and there's different friends for different eras, but I've always been very fortunate in that I've always had a ton of good friends. And in those specific times, best friends as well. I have to start with my family for myself, especially my mom's side of the family. Almost anybody on my mom's side of the family, I could consider a best friend because I have that kind of closeness with them, even though really not geographical closeness, but all my aunts, all my uncles, my cousins on my mom's side, like I consider them all very good friends, but I won't even count family here because my parents, especially my brother, especially, and my Aunt Joni, especially, which is one of my mom's twin sisters. They really are best friends for me. So I won't even, to name my mom, my dad, Colin, and Aunt Joni, like those are four of my best friends. But I think, and then of course my wife, it's been 30 years, Helene's like, you hear that. I mean, that you see that meme a lot now. It's like, you go to heaven, everybody who you love is there, or you walk into a room, everybody who you ever love is there. Who's the first person you're looking for? It's always going to be Helene. Helene can leave me tomorrow. It's going to be Helene. Like, that's just how I feel about her. You know what I mean? She's beyond, it's like Micah was saying, it just kind of transcends a romantic relationship. Helene and I did start as friends. It's also been 3 decades. It's been a long time. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? There's just something, that peas in the pod dynamic. It's just, there's just a love there. That's just, I know it's never going to go away. Like that's always going to be the most important person, so I'm very fortunate to have that kind of thing. But starting out, even at my youngest recollections, I had 4 best friends as a little kid who all lived on my block. Like, that's how fortunate I was. I don't even think, again, like there was always kind of like the frosted mini wheat thing going on with me about type A, type B, introverted, extroverted. I've always been right down the middle with that kind of stuff. It's not like I was Mr. You know what I mean? I wasn't Mr. Mr. Popular. You know what I mean? I wasn't like this guy who was just awesome at making friends. I think I really just got lucky. So on my block growing up, I had 3 best friends. And they all lived literally in a 10-house radius on my literal street. So I didn't even have to go around the corner, So my friend John, my friend Tommy, and my friend Matt, we all lived together on the same street, and we were best friends, dating back to nursery school. And we were like the Ninja Turtles. way before that. It's funny too. I was writing down their names, and it's like, it's like Guinea Central, right? It's like Mamalito, Ginocchio, DePaulo, and Moriarty. Moriarty could sound Italian, right? And I did happen to be half Italian, but it was like, if we had one more friend, we could be the five families. It was like ridiculous. It's so Long Island. I love it. And you know what? I love these guys, and we loved each other, and we were thick as thieves, and especially my friend John, but all of them. And we were all friends all the way just about through high school until we really started to drift. And each one of these guys we were a foursome, but each one was special to me for different reasons. Like John was really my ride or die. We were really the core two of that foursome. You know what I mean? We were kind of the glue, and he was probably my closest friend, but he was like my outside friend. You know what I mean? Like we both loved sports. We both loved running around the neighborhood. We both loved doing the physical activities. Tommy, who happened to be asthmatic, he loved sports, but he was super into like all the nerdy stuff like I was. Watching cartoons, movies, playing G.I. Joe. He had all the Star Wars stuff, Transformers. Like he was my inside, like we're going to wage like this whole G.I. Joe campaign all day for 8 hours and probably even come back tomorrow. Let's leave it here and come back tomorrow. Like he was my inside friend engaging in all the nerdy shit. And then Matt was the all around dude. Like he was down for anything. He could do the John thing, play sports outside, play tag, or we could go inside and play toys. He was super into Thundercats. So he brought a whole nother dimension with the nerdy stuff. So altogether, it was like I was always engaged. And it was lucky that was 4 of us too, because summer vacation, somebody could be away. There were still 3 of us. You know what I mean? 2 of them happened to be gone that weekend. There was still me and Matt, or me and John. Like there was always something. And when I wasn't with those guys, it was like my kind of first brushing up against FOMO. It was like if I wasn't with those dudes, I wasn't satisfied because I felt like I was missing out. And God forbid the 3 of those guys were together and I wasn't involved. Like that was like my worst fear. Like I had to be with my dudes, you know? So I had those guys and really we genuinely loved each other, and our parents were close. It was pretty white picket fence suburban bliss. Like I was really lucky to have that. To the degree, I know things have changed a lot since growing up in the 70s and 80s, but I look at it for my son and I'm like, where are these dudes for him? I know kids go out less, neighborhoods spread out. We live in a different kind of neighborhood than I grew up in, but it's like, I lament that he doesn't have that to the degree I had.
How old is your son?
He's 14 now.
Wow.
Yeah. And he never, he has friends, and he has two guys, one in particular who he's really close with, but it's like, he hasn't had it over. The friends come and go. The friend groups change for him. And he doesn't have that longevity where you really build that bond over time. And it's weird because he's a really smart kid. I mean, of course I'm biased, but he's super fun. He's funny. He's kind, right? He's talented. Like he's got all the things, you know what I mean? It's just like, I feel like I just got really lucky when I was a kid, you know. Then in junior high, I met, this is a cool one for me because I have my 2 best friends now, but in junior high, when I think in our school district was relatively small, but I had my elementary school K through 3. And then a lot of those kids I was with in elementary school, I was also in with nursery school. So we knew each other from, 3 on up, and we're with each other. And then at a certain point, actually in 6th grade, the 3 elementary schools converged. So that was like a cool example for me, like a cool period for me to meet new kids. And I met a kid that was in another elementary school that I didn't, even though he was a town or 2 away, I just never knew him growing up. This guy, Pat. And he was really the dude who I met in my life who was like, this is like another version of myself. We had that peas in the pod dynamic that I would never get again until I met someone like Helene. But it was even different when you're 2 dudes, because it was like, wow, this guy just gets me. I get him. We have the same tastes. We're into the same stuff. You know what I mean? We have the same vibe. And, it was like comic books and anime. We went to the same sports teams. We were getting into girls at that age. Like we just kind of hit it off, and he became like a friend. It took me no time at all. Like me and Pat were like two peas in a pod and no frames. Like we were just like best friends. Like we've known each other all our lives instantly. And I remember meeting him in the cafeteria when 7th grade started. And it was like, where's this dude been all my life? And then he was kind of integrated into my original friend circle. So guys that I grew up with, like John, and then guys that I met along the way, like my good friend Adam, who I miss dearly. I haven't seen him in years. Pat was kind of integrated into our friend circle. So now Pat was the newcomer, but he felt like he was always there. And then in 11th grade, Pat and I had a huge falling out, which was completely my fault. And I won't get into it at all. But looking back, like I knew it was my fault by the time we were seniors. I was a total asshole. And it kind of ripped the friend group apart, which sucked because now it was almost like a divorce situation because my other friends were like, well, who do we spend time with, Dagan or Pat? And I always regretted it. And it was ugly. And it was just like we went from being best friends to never speaking again, basically. Like it was from hot to cold in no time flat. And it was bad. Like it was bad. Like we were going to meet after school, a fist fight. And like my friends prevented that from happening. Like it was really bad. And the whole thing was really my brainchild. Like it really was my fault. And never spoke to him again. And then last Christmas, literally, I'm 49 years old, 50, just turned 50. Pat reached out to me on LinkedIn and was like, dude, and I found, I cut a quick search. Okay, he's still in New York. We grew up on Long Island. He's working in the city. I don't know if he's on Long Island or if he's like in Orange County, but he's commutable to New York, works in Manhattan. And I'm like, oh shit. And needless to say, we spent all of 2024 talking occasionally and getting back into the groove of things where we're going to hang out now. Coming into 2025, we're finally like, we're going to see each other in New York. One day when I have to go into the office and he's in town too, we're going to have lunch. And I'm so excited that, we get another chance at least rehashing the old days. Even if we don't become famous friends again, it's like, it'll just be cool to have that closure. You know what I mean? And I'm so excited about that. And it's a timely thing. Like it's something that I'm excited to talk about because I always regretted it because it was that type of thing where we didn't even know each other into our 20s. And we just had a connection, me and Pat. You know what I mean? It was definitely taste and all of those sort of things and sort of proclivity for the things we liked and all those kind of things. But it was a sense of humor. It was values. It was creativity. Like we really could have operated on a higher level than I think most friends could. Like we just had a lot in common. And I would have loved to see what that have looked like had me and him remained close in our 20s as we started families, you know what I mean? In our 30s. Like I feel like we squandered that time where we could have just been in each other's lives. So it would be nice now to just kind of, just have a drink with him, have dinner, maybe see each other every few months. Like that would be pretty sick. So I'm excited about that because Pat was like that middle tier friend of junior high where it should have been. It was like that friend that should have never stopped. We should have never stopped being friends, but it was just, being an asinine 17-year-old. And, my mom had just left. So I was really a basket case late in high school. I mean, looking back, I never turned to drugs. Not much prostitution, a little bit of prostitution. No, but I never got into it like that. But I was definitely, you know what I mean? There was definitely PTSD and stuff like that. And I think it affected my relationships with girlfriends at the time and my friend circle and stuff. So it'll be nice to have another opportunity with Pat. And then of course, when I was 17, I met my now best friend. I mean, the only real bromance in my life, I would say. My friend PJ, who a lot of you guys know, we did a couple of knockbacks together. I talk about PJ a lot over the years. He was at Micah and Colin's wedding, so everybody got an opportunity to meet PJ because he was always like the third wheel of knockback. He was like always like another character. He was just never on camera. And, he's like really kind of the love of my life as far as like friends go. Like my only regret with PJ is that we met when we were teenagers. You know what I mean? Like he's just, he came along at a time where I guess I really needed a new friend, but even, I don't want to say more importantly, but just as important, his parents like basically adopted me, you know, at a time when my family was, you know, fell apart at 17. And his, you know, his parents loved me from so early on that it was almost strange how they took me in without even a second thought. You know what I mean? And it was just like having those surrogate parents who were really, that really loved me and really helped me through a period where I felt like I needed to escape, you know, and kind of took me under their wing a little bit. And then, you know, PJ was just a big part of that. Like it was just another friend who was just like, where has this dude been all my life? Younger than me, you know what I mean? And that was weird, but we had that connective tissue of skateboarding where, you know, that was a pretty common dynamic. You know, you could be 3, 4, 5 years apart and still, you know, have that common thing in skateboarding. So that was kind of the glue, the adhesive for us. But, you know, our friendship over the years has gone so far beyond skateboarding. You know what I mean? Like that was the common passion, and it still is to some degree. To, you know, we still talk about doing a skateboarding podcast together, two old men weighing in on skateboarding, like the podcast version of the Slap message forums. But, and we still may do it. You know what I mean? I definitely want to find a way to do it. But he's the dude who I don't even have to see for a year at a time. And we're never going to skip a beat. You know what I mean? It's going to be like no time has passed every time we see each other. There's a real love there that even just defies articulation, I think. And for me, it's a bromance. I'm not sure what PJ sees in me, but, you know, I can't answer that for him. But for me, it's, I admire a lot of things about PJ. Like he compliments me. You know, he's very type B. He's very carefree guy. He's kind, but he's got no anxiety. You know what I mean? He just he loves life. He has a lust for life. He's kind of a hedonist. He'll be the first one to tell you that. He just loves, you know, he just loves everything, like all the things about being alive. You know what I mean? He loves clothes. He loves eating, drinking, loves horror films. He loves collecting horror on VHS. Like he's just a really passionate dude that he's one of those guys that just kind of like could get you inspired. He could just kind of stoke you on something. You know what I mean? Like whatever he wants to do, like he's enthusiastic about it. You know, he has a real enthusiasm and he brings that out in me. He brings that, you know, he's very social. He has a lot of friends. So it's like one of those dudes where like, wow, I'm this dude's best friend. This dude has like 100,000 friends and I'm his best friend. Like that means a lot because everybody loves him. You know what I mean? He's kind of the mayor wherever he goes. You know, he's kind of like a Long Island legend in skateboarding and everybody knows who he is. And he's just one of those dudes that I really, even though he's younger than me, like I look up to him. And I hope I do that. I could do that for him too. You know, and he has a family now and he's, he's got 2 daughters via his, girlfriend / wife that, they've been together for years and he's a great dad. And, he's just a cool cat. And he's one of those guys I never have to worry about not being in my life. Like it's always going to be him and I, even though he's on Long Island and I'm in Philly and we're not geographically next to each other. I miss him. You know what I mean? I miss him. I would love to. He's the guy I could be with every day and never get tired of. So he's really that dude. And then my other best friend I met in college, and it's confusing because his name's Colin and his name's Colin M. So we have to call him friend Colin instead of brother Colin. But he's a guy, Colin's a guy who I met in college. I met in art school. Super smart. Like he went to college, fully went to Cornell and graduated from Cornell before he even went to art school. And super smart, super great family. Both his parents are doctors. His brother's like a surgeon at Johns Hopkins. Other brother's like a big finance dude. And he is just one of the most talented artists, but one of the most humble people I've ever met. And from New Jersey. So we just get each other. He's got that East Coast sort of sensibility, not a skateboarder, but like doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Because he's just as cool as anybody I ever met who rode a skateboard. And he's just one of those guys who, you know, he came along in college and he was the one. I made a lot of friends in college, but and some of them I'm still in touch with. You know, college / early in my career, that wave of friends, I have a lot of good friends from that period, but he's the one who I really, really love. And he's the other one besides PJ who I know will always be in my life. It's one of those guys that you have in your life, a friend who you don't have to see all the time. You don't have to talk to them for months at a time. And when you finally do get in a conversation, it's just like no time's passed. You know what I mean? You just catch up, feels natural, never feels forced. You know, he's just one of those guys. And I just feel lucky, you know, that I have a Colin and a PJ in my life. And it's just, you know, that's the thing. It's like, I'm grateful, but in the same breath, it's like, all right, now how do I try to bring this kind of energy in for my son? Because he doesn't really have it. And I think life is much better if you have those friends, those relationships, to have people in your corner, but also just for sharing things with. You know what I mean? Like, you're growing up, all these things are happening, milestones at every age, right? School, girls, in his case, relationships, sports, discovering new things, new hobbies, whatever, you know, entertainment, all the nerdy shit, video games, whatever. It's like everything is so much better when you have somebody to do that with, you know? And he doesn't have those what I consider like those substantial people that are just like, again, those ride or dies, like we talked about with Cog a few weeks ago. It's like those friends who, you know, I'm just waiting for that to happen for him. Does it happen in high school for him? Does it happen in college? You know, I don't know, you know, but, yeah, the best friend thing is crazy because it's so cool to have, you know, I think the different pockets. Like, I'll still talk to my friend John sometimes I grew up with. We met when we were 4 years old. You know what I mean? I remember meeting for the first time because we met. I know I talked about this on Knockback. Me and John met with having a fist fight in my driveway of the homes we just moved into because he wanted to play with my little sit down fire truck, you know, like the ride on fire truck. And I didn't want him to. And he punched me in the nose. And I got my first bloody nose, and I hit him with the ladder from the fire truck in his face. Gave him a bloody nose. Never fought again. We met in a fist fight and never had another fight. Never had another argument. So, you know what I mean? From John all the way to meeting Colin when I was 20, it's like I have all these pockets of friends that are still part of my life. You know, it's pretty damn cool. And I'm pretty lucky. And again, I think it's just luck because I'm not that guy who's like, again, it's like, you know what I mean? You know, those friends who really have that magnetic sort of outgoing thing. And I don't think I'm an easy person to get along with, but I don't know that I have the powers to make friends wherever I go. So I feel really fortunate that I have these people in my life. I think it all comes down to the people in your life above all the stuff, the things, the career. Like, it all comes down. I'm old enough now to realize I have some wisdom. It just comes down to the people. Yeah. So, yeah. It's a good one, Gene. It's a good one. I know I'm going to leave. The only thing is I know I'm going to leave somebody out. I'm going to forget to mention somebody, which is not the best thing. But you know what I mean? That's why I say my family, especially my mom's side of the family, like all those people, that's how lucky I am. Like, all those people would qualify. You know, they're people I could lean on. They're people I know are always in my corner. I could go to them in times of need. I could go to them when things are good. You know what I mean? I could just, they're going to be in my life regardless. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess really what it comes down to is it's, you know, really, you know, unconditional love, right? I mean, that's really what it kind of is. That's what it comes down. I mean, if you have, I mean, there's good friends, but then there's best friends. And yeah, man, this is a great one. Enjoyed it. Gene, I'm going to throw it back to you before we to finish this out. If you're satisfied, my friend.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied. You know, I thought this would be a nice, warm, cozy topic, and you know, I'm glad Micah got some comfort out of knowing that, you know, I had friends that I just completely lost touch with. And I think it's good to maybe for the listeners to know, you guys probably have some friends that you miss and you don't lose touch with. And all I gotta say is that that's just part of life. It's hard. It's hard. Life is hard. But it's hard to move away from people. But that's a huge part of what makes living difficult and challenging. That it's very transient. People change. I know that Richard and I would never get along now at this point. That despite the fact that we spent so much of our formative, besides the fact that I gave him a blowjob for fuck's sake. Come on, man. What, it wasn't good enough for you, Dick?
Accepting those forks in the road, man. It's kind of tough, but sometimes you get, it's easier than ever. Micah said this, to reach out now, let's say on social media, Facebook or LinkedIn or Insta, or whatever you got, and just kind of take somebody's temperature. Oh, I found, finding them is the first step, and then reaching out and saying, hey, what's going on? And kind of taking their pulse and saying, maybe eventually working it up to like getting together, or, you know what I mean? But you could always kind of endeavor to open up those doors again. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
I have no curiosity over reopening old friendships for me.
That's interesting.
Yeah. For me, I'm not, I'm at peace with closing chapters of my life now,
That's healthy.
Even though I am friends with all of my exes, it's not because I can't let go of them. It's just because I'm just friends with them. It's because that's okay. Again, like my relationship with Karen and I, it's very unique and very platonic, and I can continue to have those relationships with women that have been in my life, and but that's because we're on good terms, and with certain friends, if you just grow apart, you just grow apart.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like to me, that would be a very healthy attitude.
Yeah.
And being at peace. I think you said it best. I mean, being at peace with that.
Yeah, being at peace with closing chapters of your life, because it's just going to happen regardless of whether you want it or not. And part of living is responding to that and knowing how to deal with those changes. Some people don't deal with those changes very well, and I think that attributes to a lot of the problems that we have in life right now.
Yeah, people
who can't just seem to let go. It's a story of Elden Ring, for Christ's sake.
Is that what's going on in there?
It is. Yeah, it's a timeless story. If you can't let go, then there's huge problems there. But yeah, I'm very satisfied. This was
okay, good.
Well, I made it, so of course it's a great topic.
You never know.
You know what? I hate people telling me that I'm very braggy, and then there was a recent episode where Dagan talked about how hot his wife is.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, Dagan can talk about how hot his wife is, and he's not bragging.
I must be getting shit for that. I don't look. That was one of those things. I was like, that's not the typical Dagan energy, but I just felt like it.
Yeah, nobody
I was
cares.
being grateful. I was being grateful for
course,
I'm aware that I have a blessing here.
No, that's something that I liked it, because that was something I would say, except that I don't have a hot wife, so I can't even say that much, But if I did, I'd be like, dude, check out my wife, man, So yeah, I appreciated that,
Thanks, Gene.
And I hope other people do. I feel like people have a hard time understanding what's bragging and what's just talking frankly about what you enjoy about your life.
Sure.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and counting your blessings. Like, hey, I know, I look like this and my wife looks like that. Like, I get it. Like, yeah, again, luck.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
yeah, I have a good job. I'm not bragging about it. I mean, if I'm going to brag about it, you'll know, but
Gene, never stop being you. That's the most important thing. You better not.
Of course. If I was the kind of person that would stop or change my personality on a dime, I would not be on this network.
No, we need our authentic Gene. Everybody,
I would not be unabashed friends with Colin.
Everybody needs to. In fact, on that note, as we go into Micah's topic, I'm going to try to open. That's a lot of ASMR, right? Opening that plate. I'm going to get my Jaffe pipe out. It's a licorice, disgusting. It's black licorice, but I gotta do it for Jaffe.
No, why are you eating gross licorice?
Oh, Mike, it's not good.
You couldn't have just got like a corncob pipe, like a theater prop?
I don't know what I was. You know what? I set out to see if they had cherry flavored, like Twizzler flavored ones, and they didn't. And I don't know if they exist or they just were out of them. So I settled for the black licorice, the anise flavored one.
Oh, it sucks.
It's tough, but I'm doing it for Jeffrey. That's how much I love them. All right. And listen, Micah, we're going to go into your batting cleanup today. Let's just say you're bringing up the rear with your topic. I thought this was a good one to end on, and launch into it at your discretion, my friend.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you guys about online rage bait because I'm seeing this. Of course, we all encounter this on various social media platforms, but so often it's political. So often it's the big topics of discussion, and people are just posting ridiculous things just to get traction, right? But I am seeing it in the most mundane of online spaces. And what keeps coming up for me is cooking videos. I get recommended a ton of cooking and baking, reels on Facebook and Instagram because I love to cook and I love to bake. And I am noticing that even in these spaces, these content creators are posting rage bait. And, case in point, video of a guy making soup, you can just tell, he intentionally spills it all over his table, doesn't even blink, acts like nothing is wrong. What happens? You get a million comments saying, "What the fuck, dude? Why'd you spill that soup?" And it's like another one. This one really sticks out. Dude was making I like something with scallions in it. And these green onions, I swear to God, had like the longest roots I'd ever seen on green onions. He cuts off the end of them, but puts the ends into the food. Of course, he gets a million comments saying, "Why are you throwing the ends of the green onion in? Like the roots were dirty and you just chopped them off, threw them into the food." And he's getting, all these comments telling him the food is ruined. But of course, it was intentional. Like this guy's doing it on purpose. This is just an innocent cooking video, and he's ruining the food for the engagement. And it's just the idea that's really sticking out to me is, the majority of comments on posts often are negative. So these creators are sort of leaning into, if you're going to be negative anyways, I'll just intentionally piss you off. And then I'll get even more comments and even more likes. 5-Minute Crafts. If you're familiar with that account, there are many copycats now. But 5-Minute Crafts used to be a legit household hack type account. They would post things like how to temporarily fix your zipper. Like, oh, you're at the office and your zipper breaks. Well, here's how you can use a paper clip and get through the rest of the day without your pants falling down. But they have gotten so absurd over the years. Those are the people who made they fixed like a ceramic sink with ramen noodles. Like they started posting that type of stuff, and now that's all they post. Everything they post is absurd and way more. It's like the Rube Goldberg of home hacks, because it's like everything they post, like, oh, fix it this way, and it would cost way more money to fix it their way than to fix it correctly. And it's just they get a million comments telling them how stupid they are, and it works, right? And the other thing I noticed is people are aware. Some people will say, they'll comment, all these negative comments are still engagement. But even they can't resist. They can't resist the urge to correct somebody else. The interest, like the fascination I have with this is, as we mentioned earlier, I don't leave comments on things hardly ever, positive or negative. The biggest thing is just realizing that people don't want your advice, don't care about your advice, especially when these videos are posted just to be rage-inducing in the first place. But you're not going to change anyone's mind on the internet typically. So it's like commenting is fruitless. But the number of people who just cannot resist the urge to correct, to try and give advice on this, inane shit like cooking videos, and just seeing how much engagement it farms, because the reality is that you're not getting paid per positive comment. You're getting paid based on the clicks and all the engagement. and they have just learned that negative engagement is easier to farm. So I just want to talk to you guys about where you see similar behavior. For me, it is primarily Facebook and Instagram and all those cooking type videos.
That's interesting to me.
And yeah, I'm curious where you guys encounter it as well, and just sort of how we feel about this idea that it is so easy to farm negative engagement versus positive. Like Gene, our social media guru, like, where do you see this the most when you're casually browsing online? And then, like, what do you think this says about people these days?
I think it says more about the companies. Well, I don't know. It says a lot about people too, right? We're very emotional people, and that's why I always say, much in the same way that I say video games are not cultural or they're not tech. It's a cultural beat and phenomenon. For me, social media isn't so much tech. Of course, it is tech, right? As it is psychology. They are trying to pull different levers in our brains. It's very similar to what gambling and casinos do, in terms of how they tweak certain receptors in our brain. So it really started with Facebook, honestly, when Facebook started to prioritize certain headlines that would show up. And what were the God, I'm already forgetting all the sites, but there were a bunch of like clickbait sites or whatever that would Upworthy was one site that was huge on Facebook. Huffington Post obviously was another one.
BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed. When was the last time anyone here has ever read a fucking BuzzFeed article, right?
It's really funny you say that, only because in thinking of this topic, I was remembering how Tasty, which was like their line of cooking videos and cookbooks, I mean, it was just one of those things of like, you used to see those constantly, and they had the cookbooks you could even buy, and then it's like Tasty's gone. And they used to also get a lot of hateful comments because a lot of their videos were like simplistic cooking, but they would constantly get the comments like, every Tasty recipe is just a slow cooker and a brick of cream cheese and a can of cream of chicken soup, and like, this is like half their recipes, right?
And then the camera is always shot overhead too. That's just a signature style, right? So
yeah, and even so, it was insanely popular, negative reactions or not, because all that engagement still put it to the top of your feed. It didn't matter that everyone hated it. It still was just all that activity bumps it up to the top of your newsfeed.
Yeah, so I really just blame Mark Zuckerberg for all of this. For people, we can get mad about how Twitter is such a shithole all day long and how Elon has made it worse, and he has, right? But for me, from what I see, all Elon did was really just copy what TikTok and Facebook did, which was just prioritize that, more emotional reaction engagement, And a lot of that would be negative, because negative brings out more passion, more anger, more actionable feelings,
Yes.
And that's why, as we were discussing earlier, that people who are feeling more positive, you don't really feel like you need to do anything, you enjoyed something and that was enough, right? But anger will give rise to, hashtag resistance or rebellion or even just outrage or anger. And a lot of these companies understand that. Facebook completely understands that, and that's why they tweak the algorithm. We're all being pulled and manipulated completely. It's why I don't listen to Spotify at all. I don't. Everyone's like, oh, but the algorithm is so good for the recommendations. You know what's really good for recommendations? Asking a person for what they like. You know what was really good for a book recommendation right now? You, Micah, telling me about that book that I just ordered, Pachinko by Min Jin Lee. I didn't have no fucking algorithm or AI tell me, oh, Gene, you're Korean, so you might like this, No, it was just, you read it and you're not even Korean. So that even gives me more incentive to check this book out, because it gave you so much impact, beyond the fact that it was written by my friend.
Sure.
But I really do think that, and I've been talking about this for over 15 years now at this point. So that's why it's very exhausting, because if you read old issues of Honolulu magazine, I'm out there saying, yeah, I'm afraid about what social media is doing to our brains. That they're just selectively choosing what we should enjoy or whatever, and we're kind of being trapped to that.
Yeah.
And 12, 15 years later, it just hasn't changed at all. It's gotten worse, and it's everywhere now. It's everywhere.
It is. Because I have noticed that if I don't check the comments on something,
Mm-hmm.
It's 10 times better.
Yeah.
I have started to force myself to, because half the time there is a great level of fun in just reading people's arguments and just seeing people, debate over asinine things on Facebook and just being the silent observer. But it does, even if you don't reply, even if you're not the one arguing with the crazy person online, it can tick up in your mind that a little spark of anger, like, I can't believe anyone's that stupid. Like, I can't believe anyone would do that.
Well, so think about the cooking person that you said that spilled shit, right, on purpose.
Oh yeah, like, dude, like, literally, he's like tipping the bowl of soup.
Yeah.
And like spills it all over the table and then starts eating it like nothing's wrong.
Doesn't acknowledge it.
So think about the mental leaps that you have to do as that creator, where you have to basically create a fake scenario of like, oh, this is going to make people real mad, because it would, because I know that because it'll probably make me mad, So all these people are doing is finding up reasons for either themselves or people to get mad, and then they act on that. Like, does that not sound like some kind of illness, really?
Yeah,
it really
or
does.
some kind of like sociopathic behavior, right?
Right.
Where you're just you're creating these false conflicts or these conflicts in your head, and you're setting the stage so then you can post it online, and then have all these other people who didn't have any kind of beef or argument or anything like that before see that and get triggered and then react to it. It's a disgusting process, and it's terrible. I can understand parts of it. Just the other week, I made fun of our commenters for again the being tired of my life stories, and then I decided to be a troll. And I say, oh well, it sounds like our audience doesn't really know how to deal with hearing stories from journalists. Stories that are more diverse than, I had dinner with Shuhei Yoshida. Oh, Shuhei Yoshida came to my apartment in San Francisco and we had dinner together. We had sushi together, And obviously I'm making fun of Colin, or other games journalists that always say that, But I'm also making fun of the audience, and I'm trying to troll the audience and getting mad at me. I don't know. I don't even know if that episode has run yet, so we'll see.
Oh no, I saw the comments. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, so like obviously like I was picking at people's brain there because I had that sickness too. I understand it too. I get it. Colin does that too. Colin knows what'll piss people off. That's why he always complains about Vampire Survivors being a copycat of Castlevania, because he knows that triggers the Vampire Survivors fans. So Colin also has that inclination too, and Colin definitely had that inclination before, but when he was bigger on Twitter, and that's what got him in trouble or whatever, for shitty reasons, obviously. But Colin knows what he was doing too. He was also putting some gas on fires too, and that can be enjoyable sometimes too. That's the annoying thing,
Yeah.
And a huge part of the reason why I got online was, number one, porn. But number two, I really hated the Dave Matthews Band, and I've told the story before many times, but I really hated the Dave Matthews Band, and I really wanted to go online and find Dave Matthews Band fan pages. This is like back in like Angel Fire and GeoCities and all that stuff. And I would leave comments, and I'll be like, "Hey, Dave Matthews Band sucks, though. He can't even.
Could you?
He can't even really play guitar or whatever. He's just some white guy or whatever, Like I would just say shit like that. So and that's me at 16, 15, So here I am at my big old age of 43, and I'm getting trolled by probably people who are 18 or 19, and it's like, fuck, they're working on me now, That's the internet. It's just the ability to post and say things whenever has only inflamed our own personal sense, but it's being manipulated by these big corporations. And I primarily pointed Mark Zuckerberg as Exhibit A or patient zero of trying to create this kind of stuff, because MySpace didn't do that, you know. When Tom Anderson in MySpace, when he realizes that his platform was being host to Nazis and toxic, you know, like a lot of toxicity, and it wasn't even that toxic, honestly, you know.
It was quaint at the time,
Right,
exactly at the time. It wasn't, but you know, the top 8, getting mad at top 8 for friends list or whatever like that. That was probably the worst of it. But you know, some real bad people were starting to use MySpace, and he was just like, fuck it, I don't want to deal with this, you know, and he just washed his hands of it, you know. And what Mark Zuckerberg did is, no, let's keep digging fucking deeper into their brains. Let's make more money from these fucking people and make it even worse for them. And it worked. It worked. He's way richer than Tom Anderson, right? And that's what everyone's been chasing. Everyone's been chasing the Facebook ghosts for the last 20 years now, you know, to Twitter, TikTok, you know, and that's why TikTok is a threat to Facebook, but it's only because Facebook was a Batman to TikTok's Joker, you know. You were the start of it, you know.
You've added a layer to it that I didn't think of, because I was entirely focused on the commenters themselves and their inability to see that they're being manipulated.
Right.
But the reality is that, when you're like, that guy making that soup video, I mean, this is carefully planned out content. And it's like, because in my head, it's like, he's doing it for the money. Clearly, he's got all these followers, and he will continue to be recommended by the algorithm simply because he has 10,000 comments. Fuck the fact that they're all negative. You know, there's no dislike button on Facebook, so all you have is the positive likes. I mean, there's the angry button, but only Karens use that. It just is, though. It adds a whole nother layer to really consider the content creators themselves and how sinister it is to set out to be like, I'm going to make a video today to make people mad. I'm a cooking channel. I'm supposed to be a nice little recipe channel. And on the surface, you'll start watching those videos because you're like, oh, recipes, okay. And it's really just to mess with you.
Yeah.
Like, there's a level of sinister there that's so weird.
Yeah, and there's like insincere sinistry in there, you know, and manipulation there. And then you have creators like Johnny Somali, and I don't know if you guys have heard of Johnny Somali.
No.
Oh.
I know who Johnny Tsunami.
No. Johnny Somali is a very young creator. He's like about like 21, 20 years old or whatever, and he goes to places just to piss people off. He'll go to an anime convention and call everyone a virgin there, you know. And so recently he's gone to different countries, and he'll go to Japan and make fun of Japanese people there, right, and just like troll their politeness or whatever. And then he went to Korea, and in Korea, Koreans love to fight, and if you act up in Korea, I almost got my ass kicked, and I'm Korean in Korea, and I was acting up in Korea like an American, right? But I wasn't even being that loud, you know. And it was actually them fucking me over, but that's a long story. Johnny Somali would go into stores and just like pouring food in the store in the aisles. He would go up to the statue dedicated to rape victims of World War II, and he would start like doing lewd acts to it. And then he ran around the streets of Korea, and he said, "Why am I doing this? Because I'm a sociopath, motherfucker. Because it makes me money, you know." So like there is the honesty in that, which is despicable. He's a despicable person. But the fact that we've created this culture where a sociopath like him can just come out and say, "Look at me, I'm doing this for money, and it's working. And I am a sociopath. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what you think about me." And then he put out a challenge to all Koreans, like, if you want to fight me, fight me. And then that's exactly what a bunch of Koreans did. Like, they put out a bounty on his head, a $7,000 bounty, and says, just go kick this guy's ass. And then so the rest of his trip, he started to get jumped by a bunch of Koreans. And the problem with getting jumped by a bunch of Korean men in Korea is that they're all military trained, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
Because military, the military, you gotta join the military. You get conscripted, you know. It's why I didn't become a Korean citizen, because I didn't want to go into the military. My dad is a military guy even now, you know. Like, I forget that. So that's why like there's all these stories about ex-military guy punches Johnny Somali. Every guy is ex-military guy in Korea. And that's the thing. Like he started getting harassed and jumped by these people, and now he's in jail, and now he's actually facing like real repercussions for his behavior.
Oh, good.
Thankfully.
Wow.
You know? And Koreans didn't give a shit, like because Koreans will take assault charges every day. You know, every day, because assault charges in Korea isn't that big of a deal. You pay a fine and you just spend the night in jail, which is probably cool for a lot of drunk Koreans. Because if you just get into a fight, at least you get a place to stay for the night because the train stopped at 1:00 and you have no way to go home. The taxis are really, really expensive, especially that late at night.
Oh,
you know?
wow.
So it's probably more convenient and maybe even cheaper to just get into a fight and get arrested and just spend the night in jail. And it's just a hotel stay. You just deal with that. So assault charge, but like Johnny Somali is like a huge indicator of how sick the society has become, you know, where guys like him are unabashedly lying. You know, people like Grums, of course, you know, Grums just lied about Maddie. You know, you'd have to be so stupid to fall for anything like that. So it's just not even about any kind of good faith or any kind of passion or anything like that. It's just about creating these imaginary fights because people's lives are so bored. And you know that they need some drama, and that's one real thing I learned earlier about the internet when I was the moderator of a chat room on Guam.
Yes,
Guam is just a tiny little place. Back then, it was only 130,000 people. And as a moderator, I heard everyone's problems, and I was like, "Oh my god, everyone is just creating drama for the sake of it." Because now that now that there's it's a computer thing, and we're all talking to each other. There's just this whole new thread of drama and controversy and conflict that we're creating to each other. And there's a whole rumor mill and everything like that. And people will be telling me, "Oh, did you hear that this chatter did this?" And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I can't deal with this. And it was really my first instance of like misinformation and just like over information and everything like that. And since then, it's only gotten worse. You know, I was only 16 years old back then, you know, and I already kind of saw it coming. But yeah, it's just people like the cooking guy. He's just creating conflict in his head. It's just shadow boxing, and it's like what a miserable way to live, to just always have to think about like conflicts and create things that you have to be mad at to feel like that you're giving yourself a life of purpose, you know, or some kind of goal to fight against, you know, because you got nothing really to fight against. You got no real resistance, you know, you got no real fight, no struggle, you know. Or maybe the struggle is too big, like the government or the economy, you know, or the job system or the healthcare system. So you create some other kind of stupid fight in your head, you know, some other boogeyman, woke things, whatever like that. You know, you get mad at that, and it's because it feels a little bit more actionable. Again, it's all about what is actionable and what isn't.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And comments and stuff like that is actionable, and it's so easy for everyone to do. Even for the activists, very easy for them to do too, right? But we're always creating these villains in our head, and it reminds me of Michael Jordan. Because Michael Jordan, if you did you guys watch The Last Waltz?
Yeah.
No.
Dagan, if you remember, Michael Jordan was talking about how he was like, "Oh yeah, this guy fucking said all this shit about me, whatever," and then they'll cut to the interview, the guy who supposedly said the shit, and it's like, "I never said anything."
No,
like that.
right.
And then Michael Jordan would come back later. He's like, "Well, yeah, he didn't say anything like that, but I put that in my head so I could play better." You know,
I took that personally.
I took that personally, and it's like there was nothing to take personal of. You just made a whole drama and fight in your head, so you can have a villain to fight against, and that helped him play better.
Benefited him.
But that is insane sociopathic behavior. You know?
Yeah, that really is.
That sounds like a miserable way to live. You know?
Oh, dude. I mean, and not on that level, but I mean, you just see it across, you know, many communities, and including our own, where people will put in the comments just starting random rumors.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, someone starting a rumor that you and Maddie had beef.
Yeah.
And it's like, Maddie and Gene are cool as shit. Maddie and Gene get along perfectly. And someone's just starting a rumor, and then I see it on a different, you know, forum, you know, same thing from someone else.
Very strange.
Yeah. And it's like, and this is how it starts, just because one person thinks it'd be fun, I guess, you know, get a bunch of likes and get, you know, some engagement started. They're not even making money off this. These are just comments. But it's like, just complete fabrications.
Yeah.
Which is so funny because I believe me and Maddie have never been stronger friends than ever before. Because Maddie's been being canceled,
right.
and I've been like talking to him behind the scenes, and I've been like, I saw someone like try to cancel her for some other bullshit, and I was like, and I talked him down, and like, yeah, I feel like I feel stronger and closer with Maddie because I'm like, yeah, I'm more ride and dry with Maddie than ever before. But yeah, that this whole and also I saw like on our Reddit that like for some reason my story about having 2 DUIs, which is true, mutated into me having 5 DUIs. So it's like, first of all, you guys are so regarded and you guys don't even know like what the law is. If someone has 5 DUIs, that isn't just like, oh, like he just gets a fine and he just gets a night in the drunk tank. No, I would spend a couple of years in jail if I was drinking and driving that much and getting arrested that much. Yeah. I actually would have faced, if I had a 3rd DUI, I would have faced at least 3 years in jail.
Yeah. Or depending on the state, lose your license for life.
I've already lost my license for
in the car.
Yeah, I've already lost my license for it. Like, and people are like, Gene has never been held accountable. It's like, you guys have no idea what being held accountable is, because if you think I can run around and with 5 DUIs and no problem, that's a whole different issue. But you guys don't even understand the world that you fucking live in right now. And but all you do is just create these fucking stories in your head because your lives are so fucking boring,
They essentially just made that whole Maddie Gene thing up out of whole cloth. Like there's no seed for that at all. It's just like
it was just me talking about how Maddie has an interview with Todd Howard, and that's like a huge like thing for him. And then for me, I'm always talking to like video game legends all the time, So I'm just talking about like the difference between like the level of interviews that I get versus the level of interviews that like various creators get, So
this is literally just a discussion. What the discussion was Gene's access to people as a Washington Post journalist versus our access to people. Maddie being a YouTuber / podcaster, what it means to him.
Yeah, or even calling me on LSM or whatever like that. Like he can get Ken Levine, but then he can't talk to Neil Druckmann like I can.
Right.
And people took it as Gene throwing shade at Maddie, and it's like, no, we're discussing the differences between our access to people. Like me, I have 0 access to anybody. Like the only famous internet people I know are the ones I work with. Like that's it. And like we were discussing those differences, and of course people misconstrue it intentionally to be, oh no, Maddie and Gene have beef now.
People misconstrued.
It's crazy.
People misconstrued me talking about me having a 6-figure salary as bragging about it, and it's like, no, I'm actually complaining about how I only just got a 6-figure salary, and I live in DC. Yeah, my rent is $2,600 a month, and I live in this tiny little space.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Half my salary still goes to my rent now. I've lived like that for 20 years.
That's hard.
It's not a lot of money. $100,000 in DC. That's like the everyone at Kinda Funny earns more than me. You guys need to realize that, because they live in San Francisco.
Oh yeah,
and their lives probably aren't that much bigger than mine, because they live in San Francisco. That's pretty expensive,
Very expensive.
And they're like, no, well, you have to understand that most people don't make that much money. It's like, yeah, most people don't fucking live in DC or in San Francisco,
That is true.
There's no qualifiers. There's no nuance. There is a complete lack of nuance.
Yeah.
Like, and any understanding on the internet.
Yeah. And
like, I'm saying I make this much in a big metro area, and it does not go very far. If you made that much in Boise, it'd go a lot further.
Yeah. If I was in Iowa and I was making the money that I am now, then why the fuck am I complaining? I would have a two bedroom house with a garage right now and a fucking car. Right. It'd be completely
3 dogs.
Different. Yeah, and dogs. I'd probably have a fucking wife for Christ's sake. But here I am in the shithole cities that Colin talks about, because I'm still here, and it sucks. But that's just that. Like there's just no context, and some of you guys are just like finding reasons to get mad about it without even like thinking about it. Like,
there's a lot of that.
Just made me mad because like $100,000. That's a big number, so I'm mad about it. That's your problem. You have to understand that. That's something that you have to deal with in your fucking head. Some of you guys are sick
rage.
too.
Internet rage, my friends. I mean, so Micah, you're saying, so trying to circle this whole thing. So there's this new strategy of courting engagement by essentially incensing people, right? So this is this new thing. So really what it is virtually is no publicity is bad publicity.
Exactly.
Instead of earning the sort of earning it the hard way, right?
Right, because like my whole point bringing this up is, like Gene said, internet outrage is not new. And Dagan, yes, no publicity is bad publicity is old Hollywood rules.
Sure.
Being famous.
Yeah.
My thing was that I was so surprised to see this culture in the most innocent online spaces, such as baking videos.
Yeah, that's it.
These used to be purely informational.
Mm.
This used to be
safe
the
places.
comments would be people recommending recipes. Like this used to be you could check the comments on a cooking video and you'd learn more. You would learn more techniques. You'd get a more in-depth, maybe, one person makes a 60-second video and someone else who cooks a lot will reply with some more tips and tricks. Like cooking spaces online and baking spaces used to feel much more educational, much more like a little community, like we're all helping each other be better bakers and better cooks. And to see this leach into those zones now online, that was what surprised me so much. Just to say, like, a video about making soup isn't safe from
nothing
rape.
safe.
No.
Essentially.
Like, I mean, Dagan, you're not as online addicted perhaps as me, but I do know that, like, I know you use Instagram and stuff like that. I mean, you're on Twitter as well?
Yeah.
I mean, do you see this in your own spaces, or are you smart enough to ignore the comments, which I'm going to start doing again? The comments are so juicy,
it's so healthy
sometimes, but I need to literally see the video, hit like, scroll by. I need to stop reading the comments. There's nothing good in there. It used to be a good place to get extra information, not anymore.
Yeah.
So I need to just turn it off, no more comments, and be done with it.
Michael, let me start there. I'm feeling you on this. The comment section is something it's like all social media. Like I've gone hot and cold on the comment section. But here's my takeaway, and I think I stay here now with it. I think I gleaned a little bit of wisdom. The thing is about podcasting, for me anyway, you know what I mean? Like it's something that is relatively new for me still, only over the last 5 or 6 years, but it means something to me. I want to be good at it and I want to get better at it. I want to improve. But I'm a very introspective person. When I'm done with a podcast and I turn Zencaster off and I turn my recorder off, I know damn well how I did, where I fell short, what I succeeded at. I could do a whole postmortem with myself. I honestly, for me, I don't need the comment section for constructive criticism. Now, it's not to say I don't appreciate our audience. I love them. You know what I mean? And in one sense, it would be nice to hear their feedback, positive or negative. I have a relatively thick skin anyway. It doesn't really bother me, right? But it's that age-old thing of like the negative comments are the most magnetic, and we always hear people like it's a title. It could be a tidal wave and a complete outpouring of love, praise, and support. But you kind of look past all that validation, right? And you go straight for the 1 or 2 critical comments, and it's dangerous because those are the ones you take to heart. And small podcasters and large podcasters alike, you'll hear Joe Rogan say this time and again. You know what I mean? That's why it's important to steer clear of that and just be introspective for yourself. As a podcaster, I want to be good at it, but I really don't need your criticism. Like I know I spoke too long about that. You know what I mean? I know I should have let somebody else talk there, or I flubbed this whole thing, or I forgot to say this thing. You know what I mean? At the end of a podcast, I know what I have to go in next time doing better. So I think that's been a huge lesson for me. The thing about this topic that's eye-opening for me, I guess, is like I'm old. So I think back to the age-old dynamic of the internet that started really, as Gene said, with chat rooms in the 90s for most of us. I know it dates back earlier than that, but for the lion's share of the population, right? there was this whole thing of being negative in the chat room, being negative in the comment. You could fly off at the mouth and do or say what you want without repercussion, right? So whether you're really genuinely spewing bile because you've got an axe to grind about said thing, or you're just sowing a bit of chaos, right? And having fun because it's fun or funny and you're being a bit of a comedian, you can have at it safely, anonymously. That whole thing exists. And you know what? I'll still stand by the fact that the YouTube comment section, regardless of what you're into. Now, I'm into a wide variety of things that I listen to YouTube. I have no shortage of YouTube in my life. I don't like social media outside of YouTube very much, but I'm a big YouTube guy. And I listen to, I have a wide variety of interests. So I'm in the car YouTube channels. I'm in Lego. I'm in movies. I'm in animation. I'm in sports. You know what I mean? I'm in all these different pop culture, you name it, everything, right? And I think the comment section of YouTube there are some of the funniest people, no matter what you listen to. That's a whole forum for comedy that I really appreciate. That being said, I think this whole thing of sort of getting noticed by exaggerating, by lying, by being hyperbolic, all these things, right? Like there's this whole thing going on. I think, Micah, you said it early on in the conversation. It's very important. Like now this whole thing of like courting engagement by being ridiculously cartoony about shit and just sort of never even addressing it and just being like, that's a normal thing, just so you could fill up those comments. Thumbs up or thumbs down doesn't matter, right? But now, how long does it take for people to realize they could strike back by simply, as Micah said, not engaging? Right? I mean, like you could speak the loudest by not getting in there, not getting incensed to the point, resisting the urge to say, you're a jackass for not cutting the roots off the scallions. You know, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Right?
Because all you're doing is boosting that person's signal with every comment. Instagram does not care if every person in the comments is saying you're an idiot. It's going to put it right at the top of my feed because, hey, this video has 100,000 comments. It must be popular.
It's incredible to me. That's the thing
about
doesn't matter. What you shocked me about, Micah, was Instagram was it's really where I spent the most time, because when I came into Instagram, God, let's say it was 2014 or something, when a coworker was like, dude, you need to post your art on Instagram. You know what I mean? They were the ones that talked me into it. And I enjoyed it. But it was also then it was known, and I guess it still is to some degree, it was known as the politest place. So the place for the people with the thinnest skin. It was a safe place to post your art. And the whole thing, the whole said/unsaid thing was you don't get critical about people's art. You either praise it or you don't say anything. Right. And that's why I'm surprised to hear this about Instagram, but that's why also I'm realizing, I heard Chris talk about this recently. I think the dynamic is going to be, and there's going to be a necessity for new social media platforms kind of coming around every decade or so. I think that's going to be the natural evolution of things, because there's going to be a number of people, however large or small, that want that polite place to interact. And before people could come and tarnish it and turn it into something else, that's why right now everybody's going to Blue Sky, right? I have no experience with Blue Sky yet, but I think the blue skies are going to come around every decade or 15 years, because there's always going to be that place that's safe for a little while until people turn it. I'm surprised to see it happening with Instagram, but if you look at the life cycle of social media, it kind of is at Instagram's time to get soiled a little bit. Like it just kind of seems like that's the rhythm of things. So as long as the new things come around, and also I don't want to defend people misbehaving on social media, because it's annoying at best and fury inducing at worst. I totally agree with you. But how is it really any different than Andy Kaufman doing his thing? You know what I mean? Like it's performative in some way. And if it's not performative, at least maybe people are trying to be performative. You know what I mean? It's kind of in the eye of the beholder, I guess is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, because, as an example, one of the most hated like groups. Oh, that licorice pipe digging.
It's
one
not
of the
good.
most like hated groups is the mommy bloggers.
Okay.
However, they are bigger than ever. There are 1 million day in the life mom accounts. But here's like an example.
Okay.
There was a woman who she at all times has cameras set up around her because this is her job. But she had a camera set up in the car, recording her putting her kid in her car seat, and it recorded a nice interaction where somebody noticed like her cart was starting to roll away and they helped her.
Okay.
And but she got so many comments saying, "Do you really have cameras just set up around your house and in the car?" And she was like, "Yeah, this is my job." And of course, here comes the flood of people with all but it's like, if you hate it, just ignore it, because you have just given her a boost of so many new likes and comments because you had to tell her you hated it. You just had to. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, it is crazy to have cameras set up in your house, like your Real
Really
Housewives
is.
of Orange County, and you're just a mom with a 2-year-old going to the grocery store and you're posting every minute of your life online, and the people just cannot resist it. They just can't resist.
They have to.
You know, they know what they're doing. The commenters know what they're doing. Nobody has the self-control to just not do it.
It's virtue signaling, a lot of it, right? I mean, that's what it is.
Oh yeah, to some degree, absolutely. You just have to declare, I don't approve of this.
Yeah.
In reality, the way to declare you don't approve of it is to not engage with the post. Just leave it alone, because that's what they don't want. But the absolute urge that people have to comment, I don't like this, and they just have to have their voice heard. They have to be part of the wave of people saying they don't like it, even though it's counterintuitive because they are helping the person who's posting the rage bait.
That's interesting. The whole this is wrong. You know what's funny? I mean, it's the venues changed, but it's remained the same. It used to be chat rooms, now it's the social media apps. But it's the same thing. Like, no matter what it is, toy collecting, golf, rebuilding hot rods, gardening, cooking, people that love something, hobbies, let's say, or sports teams, whatever, they have to gatekeep it. They have to gatekeep it. A lot of it is gatekeeping. They can't resist. Or loving a band. You know what I mean? This is wrong. This is the wrong way to do this. This is the wrong way to listen to this. This is a different way. You're doing it wrong. Like, you're enjoying this wrong. People just can't. I remember that starting in chat rooms. I don't remember specifically what chat rooms I was involved in early on. Probably animation, cartoon related things. But there's, no matter how ridiculous that hobby or that fan community is, people have to gatekeep shit. And a lot of it seems to me like gatekeeping, but it's courting the gatekeeping now. People that are engaged in that community know that people are going to gatekeep it. So they're inviting that. And then people can't help that because, everybody feels like they're the day oneer at whatever the thing is that they care about, right? They know more. And I think a lot of it is just that's like kind of the human response. I don't know if that's ever going to change, but I think that's the thing, like, there's social media and YouTube and content creation, and there's being involved on the creation side. But then the audience has to realize that they're involved on the audience participation side too. And you could speak with not only the way you interact by commenting, by liking, by not liking, by just watching something all the way through, by engaging with the advertisements on those things. Like, and I don't even know how things like TikTok work because I've never experienced TikTok or Facebook. So I could only really talk to YouTube, Insta, and X for myself. But that's the thing too. Like, you have a part to play as somebody who, you have a part to play as a spectator. And I think, you know what I mean? Maybe it's not as much as the part that's played by the content creators, but kind of, you're not making things in a vacuum, right? You're making things for people to consume. So that's the interesting part of this. The other thing is, Michael, when you sent this, one of the first things that dawned on me, because I remember life way before these things even existed, is that we're still in the wild west with this shit. Like, people, we're just learning. It's the tip of the iceberg, which is interesting. We're on the ground floor. We really are.
No, it's so different. I used to get home from school, log into Facebook, play Farmville, check out my farm, send my sister some seeds. And that was it. Like Facebook, as you mentioned, getting these new social media companies because, the boomers ruined Facebook is like a common, lament people have.
They really took
so
it.
It is funny that Facebook is like all old people now. It's hysterical. There was a really great Reddit group, Old People of Facebook. It's not as good anymore. I don't know what happened, if the mods changed or what, but it used to be just hilarious old people Facebook interactions. But a lot of people stopped using Facebook because the olds were on it. So they moved to Instagram. Now, as you've mentioned, Instagram feels very different than it used to. People are going to maybe move away from that. I always see the ads for Threads or whatever as an alternative to Twitter.
Yeah.
There's a million different ones, but they will slowly each become corrupted. And then another one will come along and people have a fresh start.
It's a cycle.
I'm not giving Facebook though. I get all the best memes on Facebook.
It still seems like the widest swath of people must be on Facebook age-wise. Like Helene's involved in Facebook to some degree. I know a lot. Her family is really active on Facebook, and Helene dabbles. But it seems like generationally, it still has the widest variety of people, which makes it interesting to me and also frightening.
Yeah.
Right? Because everything you're posting is seen by everybody. How do you curate that? Right? It's tough.
Oh, dude. I mean, you just don't, right? Like my mom one time was like, you shared that meme, you're friends with Nana on Facebook. And it's like, I'm not going to not share a funny George Costanza meme because Nana might see it. All right? Like Nana's on the internet. I'm not sharing. There's no nudity. All right. It's Facebook, but like, good Lord, it just is what it is. But yeah, you're friends with the most eclectic group of people, from your grandma to some random guy you met at a Denny's one time, and they all get to see the post. It just is what it is.
I think that, you know what, though? I think that social media circle of life is definitely going to be a thing. It's just a natural thing, like a thing, an app, a platform is going to get eventually co-opted by a specific group of people, a specific generation. Like I notice how much, for instance, we all know this, right? But on Twitter/X, the video game community is still largely very active on X compared to, let's say, Instagram, for instance, right?
Yeah.
It's just a thing. It's just a natural thing. People congregate. And then it's hard. You build up a following, let's say like Gene has, you know what I mean? How are you going to walk away from that? Now, you know what I mean? It's impossible at this point.
It is impossible. As much as I want to. It's my follower. I could just walk away, and a lot of people have. A lot of people with big followings just walked away and just said, "Fuck it," I think about.
Gene, who was that guy? Was it like Nibelian or something? Yeah. Who for other reasons ditched Twitter, but it's like
he ditched Twitter because he was trying to make money off of it, and he has a regular job, and he realized that he was wasting a fucking life on Twitter as opposed to like his actual job. I don't like him because he got mad at me for being friends with Colin.
Oh, he was one of those.
Another one.
He was another one of those guys. So when I saw that he tried to have a Patreon for his fucking curation post or whatever, like not actually doing any journalism, he's just reading other articles and just like copying and pasting them and putting that together. But everyone loved that service, which is fine. Whatever, it's a service on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
But like, if you're gonna ask money for that, you gotta provide more than that. And then he just did it for a month, and he just pissed off because he couldn't do it. So that's weak.
And then Twitter got monetized.
And then Twitter got monetized. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
That's weak to me, the he just pussied out or whatever. But I think about a mutual of mine, Lauren Duca, who wrote. She is the person who reignited and reintroduced the word gaslighting into our vernacular today. The reason why everyone says gaslighting today is because she wrote a fucking article back in 2016,
really,
with Teen Vogue about how Donald Trump is gaslighting America. And then she became like this heroine of like the resistance or whatever, because like a lot of people like really latched onto that article, and it really led into Teen Vogue becoming like more political.
Wow.
and having more political articles. But she was the one who really reintroduced the word gaslighting into our vernacular, and that's why everyone fucking says right now.
Holy shit!
And then everyone hated her for it, right? And everyone, she was of course virally anti-Trump. She's kind of cringe about it, very very like Democrat, whatever, like MSNBC, The View, kind of like how Jaffe is, you know. Which is why Jaffe.
Beef. You're starting beef, Gene.
Yeah, well, I am now. Oh my god, Gene and Jaffe's beef. Oh my god, you know.
Gene hates Jaffe now.
But you know, but everyone who's in the comments right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. You know, just a cringe liberal or whatever. Fairly harmless in my opinion. You know, just how I think, you know, Colin as a conservative is fairly harmless in my opinion too. But everyone hated Lauren, and she became hugely popular. She gained hundreds and thousands of followers on Twitter, and she started fighting with people. And then she said, "You know what? I'm just going to stop." And she just stopped. She stopped posting. She just logged off online. She went and got married, and she just lived her life. And
wow.
You know, I think about her a lot because it's like, man, like that was really toxic for her. You know. Someone who was not that popular, and then she got really, really popular. And then there was all these articles about how she's also toxic or whatever and everything like that. And it's like, I don't think she was ever meant to become that popular, you know. And it kind of ruined her a little bit. And it'll fuck your brain up, you know. It probably fucks my brain up too, you know. The way everyone talks about me too, you know. I try to avoid it. I try to just, you know what, I'm not going to look at the Patreon comments or the YouTube comments.
I was going to ask you, Gene, if you dabble or if you just ignore it.
Oh, I always look at the comments. Everyone on YouTube that knows that I'm always in the fucking comments fighting with people and everything like that. And I've been fighting with people in the Patreon comments too. Micah sees that, of course, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I moderate the various communities, so I have to read all of it.
Yeah. So Micah sees me in the comments, and I have to stop myself sometimes, you know, because at a certain point I'm just like, it's just gonna keep going around and round, and clearly some people have it out for me. Some people just hate me, and I can't do anything about that, you know. But then it's relentless. People that like every video I'm on, people like YouTube commenters like Talksmod or whatever like that will just always be in the comments talking about how fucking miserable or how fucking cringe I am or whatever like that. And it's like, it sounds like they're more miserable than I am, but it's annoying to see all the time. And I always have to stop myself from looking at it because it's like, okay, like that doesn't matter. You know, what really matters is what Colin thinks about my performance here in this company.
That's exactly what I was going to tell you, Gene. And you know what? It's not just that Colin's the boss and he holds the power. It's his take. Like, he's a great, I mean, I know I'm biased, but he's a great podcaster. Like, he's one of the great podcasters, literally. And his take, he wouldn't have you on his channel if he didn't think you had a voice and a personality and you had talent and all of that. So it really does come down to, you could trust Colin's taste. And, you know, he's really the one that matters, not only because he writes the checks and he's in charge, but because, you know what I mean? He's a good curator of, you know, I try to stay out of the comments, you know what I mean? But curiosity gets the better of me sometimes. You see something, Chris is a better host. You know what? Yeah, Chris is a better podcaster. How is he not a better host? Mm-hmm. But I love it. I enjoy it to, you know, keep trying and improve and all that kind of thing. So that's all, you know, Colin's not firing me because some people are saying Chris is a better host. Chris is a better host. Chris is always going to be better. Chris is like a genius. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to even do.
He's a natural entertainer. He's better than all of us. You know,
great.
What does that mean, though? You know, yeah.
So you know, that's fine. Like,
what are we supposed to do with that information? You know, tell Colin, oh, Chris is so much better. Let's just give him more work now. You know.
The reality, that's the thing is, you know, all these comments just completely uninformed about how the company works because Chris cannot be the full-time host of Constellation. He's too busy.
Yeah.
There's Chris fills in for us when Dagan is either like it's a holiday and he's traveling. That's why Chris did the Thanksgiving week episode. Dagan wasn't home. And we love having Chris do those episodes, but the reality is Chris cannot be the full-time host. People can say that till they're blue in the face. He literally can't do it. He's too busy. You know, I'll text him at the beginning of the month, be like, you know, which Friday can you do Constellation like as a guest? And sometimes it's really tricky to nail down even a single date for him.
Yeah.
but these comments are completely detached from reality of how the business works because they're just talking. They don't know.
Yeah.
They're just gonna say it.
Also,
but it's like there's no reality where Chris is the full-time host. He simply cannot.
Yeah.
Also, Dagan and Chris's style is completely different.
Styles are totally different.
Because here's the thing, Dagan. When we first met, I wasn't sure about you as a host, right? But then I stopped watching the YouTube videos. I started to actually just focus on your voice, Dagan, and your intros and the way you talk and your cadence. And it's like you have an NPR cadence. You have you're closer to like an NPR podcaster.
Big inspiration for me.
And Chris is closer to like Joe Rogan. So like just say that you like Chris's style more than Dagan's. That's really the brunt of it. But then some of these people are just so into like not curious about their own tastes or how they feel about art or how they're consuming media, and all they can just say is I like this better than the other one, as opposed to like like, oh well, Dagan does this, but Chris does things that better, and I like that better or whatever.
It is a question of style.
Yeah.
That's just my preference. It's a different style.
It is 100% a question of style. I mean, with Chris and I, honestly, too, it is a question of talent too. Chris is very talented. Like,
Chris is very talented too. Yeah,
there's no question about it. But you know what I mean? So I take it as constructive. First of all, it's not my livelihood. I'm very lucky. I don't have to worry about this for money. I do it because I really enjoy it, And second of all, it's like I take that and say, all right, well, how can I be better? Or how can I take a page out of Chris's book and do what he does? And, some of it I could take, but some of it is wit. You know what I mean? Like his level of wit's higher than mine. Like, you know what I mean? So take what you can.
I also think it's important too. You just mentioned real quick, and I want to mention this, but you pointed out this is your part-time job, Dagan.
Right.
The reason why Chris is so good at what he does is because his life depends on it. He has to be good. He has no choice but to be that good because his life depends on entertaining on YouTube and on podcasts.
Sure.
You got a job. I got a job.
That's right. Yeah.
So if I sound fucky or whatever like that, or I might say something, misinterpret something, or say something wrong, I'm not here at the Washington Post. I'm here at LSM. This is a side job for me. I'm hanging out with my buds, Micah and Dagan, and we're just chatting, and hopefully that brings value for you folks,
I love it.
But they, Colin and Chris are so good at what they do because they wouldn't be able to eat. They would, Colin wouldn't be able to feed Micah and the dogs without him.
Be starving to death.
Yeah.
There'd be no bread buttholes.
There'd be no grill. There'd be no pool, or there'd be no dogs. There'd be nothing. It'd just be two poor people, because Colin sucks at podcasting. He can't fucking podcast worth shit, But luckily,
I would still have my IT job, I imagine.
Exactly. Yeah. You go back to IT job.
I'd be miserable.
I'll go back to selling insurance or whatever, if I ever get laid off or whatever. But that's about it, though. The reason why Colin's so good at what he does is because his whole livelihood depends on it. That's why my best work is in the Washington Post. That's why I sound more eloquent in my writing than I do when I talk. Because I stay up and write for 8 hours on a video game review. I'm tweaking sentences. I'm considering words more carefully. When people get mad at my tweets is not my job. They're fucking tweets. I'm just shitting out thoughts or whatever like that. Stop applying like journalistic regimen to my tweets. I'm just shutting it up. Apply it to my articles. If you have real issues with what I'm saying in my articles, then do that. Because that's where my real arguments lie, and that's where my real effort is.
Yeah, no, I hear
you.
That's
the thing. You guys need to be a little just a little bit more fucking thoughtful about how you're about the people that you listen to.
Thoughtful is the right word.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to figure out the
be a little more
section.
Thoughtful.
But thoughtful is everything. Like I still try to figure it out. I'm going to be in and out. I have a hot and cold relationship with the comment section. Like honestly, it's a bit of growing pains, right? I'll figure it out. But the thing is, that's what I was saying earlier. Like for me, I realized how healthy it was when there really is nothing you could say in the comment section that I don't already know about my podcast performance. Like believe me, like no one pays closer attention, and I don't have to listen to I don't have to stop this and listen to anything. I never go back and listen. I know going out already. You know what I mean? So take that with what I appreciate the feedback and I value it at some point. And I know listen, we say it all the time. We're competing for your ears and your eyeballs with a lot of shit. And that shit is becoming more saturated each and every day. Like there's so much to choose from. So when 5,000 people listen to Constellation and I'm hosting it, I mean, it means the world, right? But so there's that. But just because I also realize just because I say there's nothing you could say that I don't already know when it comes to my podcasting performance doesn't mean you don't have the right to say it anyway, right? Like I can't stop you and I don't want to.
Oh no, we want the engagement. I mean, it's coming full circle with the topic. The reality is that all your negative comments just bring us more engagement. We're not doing that on purpose. We're not the people trying to farm negative engagement. However, your inability to, withhold yourself from leaving a negative YouTube comment just boosts us. It just is what it is. So it's just one of those things of like, yes, and their lack of self-control to not comment and say, geez, I hate Micah so much. It's like, oh, well, thanks for the like. Thanks for the 3 cents that your view brought us over the past year. Like, thanks, because that's all it is.
And you did listen. So it does mean that you listened.
You did hate listen. Hate listens are still listens. I mean, it's like people think that hate listening doesn't bring us anything. It's like, oh, you can listen to the 3 hours and be seething the whole time. Thank you for your listen.
Wow. Hate listening is a whole topic.
A commenter on Patreon was like, look at you, Gene, name searching for critical comments on your Patreon. And I was like, dude, you are commenting on my podcast on Patreon. This is our podcast. It has my name on it. And a perk of Patreon is you get to talk to the hosts. So I'm fucking talking to you. And I'm telling you to shut the fuck up. Oh my God, dude. Like, you fucking regarded people, It's like, you name searching on the Patreon. I was like, dude, you're the fucking moron. Fucking just blasting me all day or whatever in the comments, So it's like, yeah, it's a privilege that you're fucking even talking to me in the first place. You're the one paying $5 a month for it. So congratulations. Here's the experience. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you listening to a podcast that you hate? The thing is, our shows are long.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Every week on Reddit, for example, Sacred Symbols will get so many negative comments. And it's like, how did you listen to a 4-hour show that you fucking hate?
But they do, right?
Because they'll be commenting things from the middle. They'll be commenting on things from the end. And it's like, bro, why are you doing this to yourself? Why do you, why? How are you sitting through 4 hours a week of content you don't like?
See, though, but there's that thing. We haven't mentioned this yet, and I think it's important. And I don't know what percentage of people this applies to, but especially for you two, Micah, and myself, but especially for somebody with the social media following of someone like Gene and the notoriety of Gene and his job and everything. People say something negative to get that engagement with that person, say Gene, because they know that's the way they're going to hear back from them.
Yeah.
Right? Because how many times it's happened to me, dozens of times, and I'm not big by any means, right? Where somebody says something negative, I respond, usually very diplomatically, and then their response is sugar sweet. Right? Their second response is like, oh my God, Dagan, I love you. Like, right? You just said I was like the worst podcaster on the planet. I responded by saying, I'm working on getting better. And then you're like, oh my God, I'm so good to hear from you. Like, you know what I mean? It's just courting that engagement, but it's kind of sad because we play into it, because those are the people. We don't talk to the people that just send a heart icon or you did a great job this week or I'm so happy you're back.
I talk to them all the time. I'm always talking to people that support my work.
See, that's important.
I prioritize them.
That's huge.
Anyone who subscribes to me on the Washington Post, I just follow them back. That's the engagement you get from me. That's the thanks you get from me.
That's nice.
I want to hear more from you.
That's a good policy, Gene. That's a good policy. I like that.
And if you have criticism, ask why. Don't just fucking yell at people. It's about being more thoughtful and being more curious. If you disagree with somebody, if you think I have a shit take, then ask why. Have a conversation about it.
Sure.
That's more. It's a lot more fun to have a conversation about it and fight about it. But I guess people just want to fight about things, and maybe that's more fun to them.
Everybody's a lawyer. Everybody just wants to, you know what I mean? Like, are they getting paid for this? Are you like going to present this in court?
Yeah. Some all these semantics and everything like that. It's ridiculous, you know. I said, oh yeah, I was tapped into the Kendrick and Drake brief from day one, and they're like, and the guy was like, well, according to here, you didn't tweet about Kendrick or Drake until like 4 days later or whatever like that. I'm like, for fuck's sake, dude, I'm just talking.
They called you out
because I don't have evidence of it.
Yeah.
It means it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like,
wow, that's incredible.
There's so many facets to social media existing, but it's true of like, I could say I went to a concert and it's like, where are the photos? It's like, well, I didn't take any. I went to that Sugar Ray concert. I didn't take a single photo.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed it. I just vibed.
Mhm.
I just loved every moment.
Your Sugar Ray street cred, Micah. Where is it?
I know, right? Like, Mark McGrath made a really heartfelt speech on stage, and I teared up a little, but it didn't happen, Dagan, because I didn't tweet about it.
That's true.
It's all fake.
Yeah.
None of it's real.
All your memories aren't real
tweet.
unless you tweeted about it. Exactly. You know?
Oh,
No.
man.
It's ridiculous.
Gene, people love you enough to check your Twitter history over Kendrick and Drake. Like, that's, I mean, look at it that way.
And this guy told me that I'm too online and I'm the one name searching on Patreon posts, and it's like this guy went on Twitter to look at my Kendrick Drake post, which is stupid, which is an inaccurate way to look at it, because I probably quote tweeted something and didn't mention Kendrick or Drake at all, but was talking about it, you know. But it's like I
wouldn't do that
so
for my
stupid.
mom. Honestly, I would not look back like I just
Embarrassing. It's pathetic. You know?
I can't be bothered with that. Oh, it's a great topic, but it's opening up a can of worms, I feel like, for like subtopics.
For sure. Yeah. We're definitely spinning out of control here. So I don't want to fight with the audience either. I don't want to fight with the audience. I love most of you. So, you know.
The source of this too largely was there was a video of this woman, and it said, when they ask you to bring mashed potatoes to the party. And it was her taking Bob Evans, prepared mashed potatoes, dumping them into a crock pot and plugging it in.
Yeah.
And there were so many angry comments. And this was part of what the topic, this is to bring it all back full circle. It was just because it's like, because people are just trolling the audiences online, and the audience can't help themselves but to reply. This woman is billing herself as a cooking channel, and she's just putting Bob Evans taters in a crock pot.
It's the Vinci twins, those twins that mispronounced Da Vinci, and they were like Da Vinci, and then a bunch of people got mad at them about it, and it's like, no, they know what Da Vinci is, but like, that's a tactic. People will misspell or mispronounce things just so to antagonize people to leave those comments and say, oh, you mispronounced it. Actually, you mispronounced this. And so it's kind of smart in that, like, they're trying to take advantage of people's semantical insane brain.
That's just comedy to me. That's antagonizing is the perfect word, Gene. That's just like the mashed potato thing is antagonizing in action. Like, that's, whether it was intentional or not, that's comedy. Dumping a huge thing of ready-made taters in the crock pot and saying they were homemade, that's funny. That's just funny. I don't blame that person for trolling. Like, that's good stuff. We got to celebrate it for social media for what it is. That's what I'm talking about. The comment section. I just see those comments, regardless of what the video is about. There's always that one guy in there who's like, fuck, I wish I thought of saying that comment. There's always that one genius in the comment section. I love it. I celebrate it. I have to. I love it. I just love YouTube so much. And that's the thing. Great. Nothing is coming for YouTube. People have tried, right? The other social media platforms are, I think we're going to see that evolution like we talked about. YouTube, I don't know. Nothing's making a serious, you know what I mean? Push for the king to get off the throne. Like, it's YouTube, it's kind of strange, isn't it? It's kind of
it does feel weird that YouTube has like, a competitor. It's like it's the default place I go to, whether I'm looking for cooking videos, whether I'm looking for something on the news.
Yeah.
Anything, pretty much YouTube is the default place to go look for videos. So I don't see that one going away.
No, I don't think anything's going to overthrow the king. I don't think so. Micah, did we do your topic justice, my friend?
We did. No, we had some delightful tangents. I think this was a little cathartic for all of us.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that guy spilling the soup on Facebook. Fuck that guy.
I gotta watch this. I gotta watch that one. I gotta write it down.
I mean, it's just so stupid, and I can't. But the whole that was really what inspired it. I could not believe that I was seeing this behavior now in the cooking and baking spaces. Now I can't read the comments to see additional info. It's ruined. They've ruined even this. But no, this was a fun discussion.
That was fun. That was good. That was a good time. You know what? It makes me realize too. I know I'm old. I'm the oldest. I'm the second oldest after Jaffe, right? So among the oldest. I'm just still trying to figure it all out. The social media thing, and I think it's because I really keep it at arm's length with interaction. You know, I run dry for a little while, then I go all in for a week, and then I'm out again. So there's that. But I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out where to get the enjoyment, what aggravates me, what doesn't. Right? Everybody, all the animators are going over to Blue Sky now. Do I go to that? I don't know. I just don't know. But it's a journey. It's a journey, my friends. Michael, let me stay with you to say goodbye. We're going into the weekend here on Friday the 13th. Talk to me about plans until we see each other again and all that good stuff.
Oh, I'm very excited this weekend. I did tweet about this. I'm going to be making minestrone soup this weekend. Going to make some Italian bread.
Okay.
Most random thing. I saw a post about minestrone soup. I said, Colin, do you like that? He goes, I love it. And I was like, this weekend we're making soup. I'm going to make bread. I have been looking forward to it all week.
Now, Micah, do you go minestrone or do you go minestrone? Because I've heard both and I don't know. I honestly don't know which is correct.
No, here's the thing. I don't know which one's correct. Minestrone sounds like I'm trying to be Italian, so I'm just going to say it the back home way. Everyone back home always just says minestrone.
Okay, that's mostly what I hear.
Yeah, so that's always been how I said it because I'm not going to front. Like literally back home, there's hardly any Italians. I knew 2 Italian families back home. They really just don't exist. All our pizza places were Greek, like Greek-owned pizza places.
Sure.
There's a bigger Greek population than Italian. So nobody was correcting us. Nobody told us how to say it, you know. But yeah, that's my weekend plans, and I'm very excited.
Send some my way, my friend. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds fun. And you know, I don't mean to gatekeep the minestrone thing. I don't know what the right pronunciation. In fact, I'll be honest. I'll go out on a limb on this one. I think my family is the only one I've ever heard pronounce it minestrone, and I haven't heard that since I was a kid. I always hear minestrone. And my family, very Italian on my mom's side, obviously, but we're known to butcher Italian words all the time. Yeah. Like to the point where I get embarrassed around other Italian people because I'm like, I don't know if we were saying that right, if that's even the right word for that thing. So things got all turned around in my family. So I still have some reservations about. But you're saying you don't want to say mozzarella. You rather say mozzarella.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to hear me saying regatta, like with a ricotta with a G. I'm not going to front. I'm not Italian. You know, I'm just a black person who really likes cheese. So we're not going to pretend to be something we're not. I love ricotta. All right. I like a mozzarella. But no, we're not going to try and put any stank on it when we say it.
Fair enough. Gene, give me parting shots, my friend. It was good to have you on the show. What do you got for me going out?
Nothing much. Again, I'm still very exhausted. After this, I'm going to join the Spawn Wave podcast.
Oh, you got more podcasting to do tonight.
I do.
Holy shit.
But Spawn Wave podcast, I'm going to be showing it with Mighty Keith, the YouTuber. To talk about the Game Awards more. So
hell yeah,
we'll see. I think I'm not going to stick around for too long. I might just tap out of there early because it's not my podcast. I'm not getting fucking paid for it. So.
Oh, there you go. Everybody wants a piece of Gene.
I mean, a huge part of the reason why I respect Colin so much and is because he would invite me to the podcast and he would compensate me for it. You know, and there's no other podcast or even news network that does that. You know, when I show up on CBS News, I don't get jack shit. You know, Good Morning America, the biggest morning TV program in the world, I don't get jack shit for that. You know, but Colin.
Oh, really? They don't give you anything?
I don't get shit for that.
Oh, I didn't ever knew that.
That's it. If I'm a contributor, so like if I'm like a CNN contributor,
yeah,
then that is a whole contract that is basically a second salary.
Wow.
It basically means, like, for example, like I mentioned this before with Colin, but Maggie Haberman, the New York Times reporter who covers Trump a lot, she's a CNN contributor. So she basically collects a different 6-figure check
Holy
from CNN, separate from
nice.
From New York Times. So that'd be great for me if any broadcast channel wanted to like a video games correspondent, like contributor or whatever. So every time you see like CNN's legal advisor or CNN's like legal analyst or like that, those are the people that they are paying at least 90,000 to 100,000 or 200,000 to just show up. But then you are at their beck and call.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Whenever there's breaking news,
whenever there's
right?
breaking news, oh my God, Trump does this. We need a fucking legal analyst, and all right,
an expert
together, you know.
Right.
But then you make that good money though. You know, it's really good money just to show up and talk. You know, I'll talk about video games all day for $200,000.
Somebody's got to snatch you up, get you on a recurring basis, man. What are they waiting for?
Waiting to understand video games, you know. Fucking NBC News earlier this week talked about how the United Healthcare shooter played Among Us, a game about
I saw that.
A game about assassins.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It was absurd. It was so crazy to see it framed that way.
Yeah, so that's the level of understanding of video games and culture that I have to deal with people like NBC News and CBS News. And that's why they call me, but they call me for free because they still don't think it's valuable enough to actually have an expert on their panel. You know, fucking Bloomberg called me. I was like, Bloomberg, you have your own video game reporter. You know, you have Jason Schreier. You could just ask him, and he'll just show up on TV for free. You know,
I didn't know he was with them. Okay,
yeah, or he'll just show up. You should promote your own work. Why are you calling me? I don't get it. You know, but that was cool. Yeah,
they could have a genuine article. They could have Gene Park. It's up to them. They got the money.
Exactly, but instead it's LSM that got me. So
there you go. And we're happy
for me. It's a far more valuable time and. It's as irritating as a very few handful of commenters. I don't want to sound like I'm mad at the audience or anything like that. It's literally like 5 people probably at the most.
It's just very small.
Because we always acknowledge, we fully understand the vocal minority is these, and it goes both ways. But we all know and acknowledge that we have thousands of listeners who never leave a single comment and they love the show, and we just never hear from them.
And we love you back so much. We truly do.
We hear from them in the sense that we get to keep doing this because they are funding the programs, you know, like our little PBS telethon. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because it's true though, when we acknowledge the antagonistic comments, we fully know as well though that for every one of those people, there are thousands of people who love the show, listen to it, and will just never interact with us online in a they just don't want to participate in that manner.
And if you ever do, I hope we have a lovely chat, and I bet it will be. You know, but thank you for your time. And I'm you know, for me, it's been a great year at LSM. You know, I had my first live show. That was a huge emotional moment for me in New York. I love that, and I got to meet everybody. You know, getting to know Brad over the year, that was wonderful. I've got, like I mentioned earlier, I've gotten closer to Maddie. Jeffy and I are fighting now, but you know, we'll leave that for the comments to figure
Squash
it out.
The beef.
So, yeah.
Can you believe it's been a year of Brad? By the way,
no,
it went by so fast.
That went really fast.
I feel
like 2024 went by really fast in general. Like
it was a good year. I feel like it was a good year.
I think
it was
so
a
too.
good year. It was a good year.
Yeah, I think so too. Brad fit right in from the beginning, but that did go fast. That really went. That was speedy. And listen, about the fans in the audience, I can't say any better than these two. And you guys are great co-hosts, both of you. So thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you. Now listen, we got some quick housekeeping. First of all, I have to say, were you not entertained? Little gladiator there for you. Just some quick, indulge me in some quick housekeeping, my friends. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access. As always, make Colin rich. In effect, by Colin being rich, gives us the chance to be rich. It's a whole domino effect, right? But we have to plant the dominoes, right? So you are the dominoes. And that's it. Last Stand Media. .store has the merch. We have the merch master with us. Micah, any news on the merch front that you'd like to tell the audience?
Oh, sure. I have got a little over a third of the stand down pre-order shirts and hoodies shipped. So we're approaching the halfway mark on having all those shipped out. Canada Post is still on strike as of today, Friday the 13th. So I am still holding the small number of Canadian orders until the strike is over. Because USPS won't take the package anyways, but also, even if they did, it seems like a horrible idea to ship your package for it to just sit in a bin and maybe be lost.
In Buffalo.
So Canada Post, as soon as that strike is over, we're going to start shipping those packages out. We're just waiting.
Okay. Very nice. There it is. There it is, my friends. Everybody, for Gene and Micah, I'm Dagster Moriarty saying thank you so much for joining us. You are appreciated, and we love you too. Until next week, same bat time, same bat channel. In the meantime, go listen to your second favorite podcast. That's always an option. Now get out.
Adios.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.